Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side cannon shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again. Rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built full of smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound. And I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost. And I'm handy with the heat, I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, no revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Testing, 1, 2. Can y'all hear me? Let me move this real quick. Can y'all hear me? Oh, I think y'all can hear me. Okay, y'all can hear me. All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good Super Bowl Sunday to you, man. Beautiful day out here in Los Angeles. Sunny, 62 degrees, man. Very warm out here, man. But it's actually cold for us that live in Los Angeles, man. 62. Yikes. Got to get a big jacket on, right? Yeah. But shout out to everybody, man. I don't know if y'all noticed, man, but we got our 1,000th sub, man. Actually, we got 1,001 subs, actually. But we got 1,000. We hit the $1,000 mark, man. How about that, y'all? How about that? Uh-oh, that's not the one I wanted. How about this? We hit the $1,000 mark, y'all. Whatever that means, right? 1,000 subs, whatever that means. I guess that means that must mean something. But hey, we must be putting out content that people want to see. So hopefully, people want to see it. You know what I mean, and listen to what we got to say. Today's gonna be a short. It's gonna be a short day. I'm not even. I know usually it's a Sunday show. Supposed to do the Black History Minute and so on and so forth, but today I'm just gonna make it quick. I know the fellas want to go see the Super Bowl. They want to see pregame show and all that. So we're gonna try to get out of here as early as we can, right? Shout out to everybody out there, man, that made this happen, that helped us, that subbed to us, that shared, that liked, that everything, man. Every little like, every little share helps. And so appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. I could not have done this without you guys, man. Without my family, you guys helping me. I couldn't have done this, man. You know what I mean? So, what good is what good is a person with a good message that can't get it out, that can't, you got a good message, but what difference does it make if you can't get it in front of the people, right? So you know what I mean? So, but with the help of my team, man, especially my team, man, they stood by me through all this illness and all the different challenges that we had. And I just appreciate all of y'all. Thank y'all, man, for hanging in there with me. I appreciate y'all, man. Because we talk about subjects that's not so sexy. Other people get to talk about all kind of other stuff and gossip and what do they call that? Celebrity gossip. And all. They get to do all that, right? And they got people coming to their channel. But we kind of got a guideline that we trying to follow over here. So that's gonna make us a little unsexy, right? So we get subs, man. It's gonna be a good thing, man, because people, when they get done with the effery, man, they want to come to a place where they know they're gonna get the truth, and B, they're gonna hear from people that's with good intentions, right? A lot of times you listen to a lot of these channels, man, and they just their intent is to get subs. That's their intent. Me, I don't care if I get subs or not. I really don't. I really don't. What I want is to be able to affect, even if it's just one person, it just affect them in a positive way, make them look at themselves and their life in a positive way, and let them be able to see that they're worth making some hard decisions for. Some of us don't even feel like we're worth making some hard decisions for, man. So we're worth it, worth it. But hey, man, let me do some of this business real quick, man, because today we're gonna just get straight into it. Today excuse me, 16 to life. I gotta thank that brother using that music has helped us too, right? Arshawn say, how you gonna use this music and then say black women like, well, if you listen to the lyrics, Arshawn, you listen to the lyrics very closely, you'll see that the song is not about violence. The song is about trying to stay um out of jail, out of prison, getting caught up in whatever thing you've been caught up in, and walking away from it and trying to stay away from it. That's and the fight therein to do that. That's so because the reason why I like the song Relapse is because anybody could relapse. Anybody, right? I've been away from alcohol for 30 years, 20 years, whatever, right? Cocaine, whatever. But if you don't watch your step, man, anybody could relapse, right? Anybody could fall into that relapse. And so, that's why we play the song, because it has a good message, right? It may not come across the palate like everybody wants, but it has a good message. And Brother Clarence is from the streets of Los Angeles. So I've been out here, and this is the kind of music I've been hearing my whole life on the West Coast. So, you know, I'm very used to it. But anyway, let's get to business, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Thank you, Brother Eric, for letting us use this music. Go check out Brother Eric at 16 to Life, the YouTube page, man. Go check him out. Good brother, good brother, good brother. Let me pull Brother Eric down. All right, let's check everybody in, man, and let's get right to work, man. Let's see. Okay, first on the docket is we got Risa Neal, man, our resident sniper, Risa Neal. Clarence, why you call Risa a sniper? Because you ain't gonna see it coming, man. You know what I'm saying? You coming over here with some chicanery, man. You might not see it coming. You might not see it coming. Risa's the type of person, you know what? Maybe one day she'll give you a warning. Then the next time you don't get no warning and you're like, oh, God, I didn't get a warning, right? You might not. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. You're not gonna win. You're gonna I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. You're gonna come to me and complain and say, one of your mods put me out. Right? I already know who put you out. I already know, but you're gonna say it like I don't know. One of your mods did that, right? I'm gonna say, oh, okay. I'm gonna say, would you like to come back? And that's about the extent of it. Aren't you gonna do something to that mod? No. Not at all. Because me and Risa had to talk a long time ago, and I told her, hey man, just swing for the fences, right? Whatever you decide is out of line, hey, let the person take it up with me. But hey, I trust her heart. After talking with her, I trust her heart, and I trust her heart is to protect the channel. That's her heart. It ain't no vengeance or I don't like you or nothing like that. It's just, hey, she takes this seriously to protect the channel and protect the people in the chat and protect the people on the panels. So she takes that very seriously. And I see that in her energy that she gave off to me. And I trust that. So that's why I say, hey, Risa, just swing for the fences. If you're wrong, I'm still gonna roll on your side. Right? We'll just bring the person back, right? But shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Good to see you as always. Who else in the building? My brother Vagoda from Tel Aviv, Israel. Shout out to our brother Vagoda from Israel, man. Good. I'm glad to see you checking in, man. At least we know, he's in a good place, man. Nothing happened to him. So shout out to Vagoda, man. Good to hear from you, brother. Good to see you. Who else is in the building, man? Sister Annie, our administrator. Excuse me, Brother Clarence. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. Shout out to Sister Eddie. Glad to have you. Man, I got so many people on my team, man. I'm telling you, man, you just don't know. You think this 1,000 subscribers is just me. It's not just me. It's so many people that y'all don't know, don't see, but they're here. They're here and they work, right? And they put in the time, man. No money, no nothing. Right? All they get is a pat on the back from Brother C and a thank you from Brother C. That's all I got, right? To give them. But outside of my love, now they do get my love, right? They do get my love, so they know I love them. So, but maybe that's worth it, right? And then of course God loves them too, so maybe that's worth it, man, right? But shout out to Sister Eddie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Good to see you. But who else is in the building? Who else was a check-in? Arshawn says, bro, congratulations, bro C. Congratulations, bro C. Good today, man. Thank you, Arshawn. Appreciate you, brother. You're gonna get there next, man. It's a slow crawl, right? We done seen the Swamp King has gotten 1,000 subscribers like 4 or 5 times already, right? On his way to another 1,000, right? And this is our first 1,000. But here's a slow walk, man. Slow walk. But hey, the slow walk is best, man. You could smell the roses. You could turn around and smell the roses, man. But shout out to Arshawn. If you haven't already subscribed to Critically Drinking, man, get on over there and subscribe to Critically Drinking. Who else, man? Who else is in the building? I said, the question on the screen, the song playing is very interesting, just juxtaposition. Yeah, but see, here's the thing, Arshawn. See, I like the song because it if you listen to the lyrics, it represents anybody could fall down. So we always have to be mindful. We always got to stay on point. We got to stay on point, man. Who else in the building, man? Who else in the building? OG Patrice is in the building. Shout out to Patrice, man. Now, Patrice is the one that sent me this article we're gonna go over, and I found the video. I got some backing up videos. But the Patrice is, oh, by the way, I got a special guest backstage, man. So don't go away, y'all. Don't go away. Y'all ain't gonna want to miss this dude. All right. But shout out to OG Patrice, man. OG Patrice is always sending me stuff, right? And sometimes I can play it. Sometimes I'm tired and I just don't get to it. But just shout out to Patrice, man. Patrice is always executive producing the show. So appreciate that, Patrice. Who else is in the building? Von Bryant is in the building. Von Bryant said, "Greens, peace, joy, grace, and abundance," man. Shout out to Von Bryant. Good to see you, my brother. As always, you trying to raise some money, man. You need to have Vaughn on your team, man. Vaughn is one of them dudes, man, where no is not an option, right? I was about to say 62 normally have y'all crying, right? All right, who else is in the building? I think that's everybody that wants to be checked in. Oh, Brother Sim is in the building, man. Do y'all know Brother Sim? When I put out the call to get some money for the facility that we're trying to secure, Brother Sim dug in his pocket, man, and sent me a humongous cash app. Thank you, Brother Sim. Appreciate you, man. You always doing something to help us, man. Even if Sim is the type of dude, man, where Sim would say, "Hey, Clarence, nah, don't do that way. Do this way, or do it." And and then Sim is another dude. I trust Sim's judgment, man. Now whether I follow it, that's something got something to do with me. But Sim is always giving me good advice, great advice. Shout out to Brother Sim, man. Sim said, "Shout out to chat and panel. Long overdue." Thank you, Sim. Appreciate you, brother. Who else is in the building? Let's see. M. Mills, our other sniper, man. M. Mills, another sniper. Now, let me tell you the difference between M. Mills and Risa. They're both excellent snipers. They can take you out from a mile away, right? The difference between those two is this. Risa, well, let me tell you, M. Mills is more likely to give you a warning, right? M. Mills is more likely to give you a warning. Risa, man, you could be typing it and poof, gone, right? But shout out to him. We need them both, man. We need both of them. Shout out to M. Mills. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Good to see you as always. Who else is in the building? Our brother Anderson the Great, my Taurus brother Anderson the Great. Congratulations on 1K. He says, "Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Couldn't have done it without you." Everybody in that chat, y'all are, my regulars, man. Appreciate y'all, man. I couldn't have done this without y'all. I appreciate you, man. Brother Anderson's my Taurus brother. Y'all know how I do. And Sister Annie's my Taurus sister. Y'all know I don't mess with them Tauruses, man. Ooh. You mess with a Taurus, man, that's a bad situation right there. You got a bad situation on your hands, man. Because you know what happens? Tauruses are such good, nice people, man. They so nice in the beginning, right? But if you make them mad, ay. Man, you thought you had a hurricane, a tornado, and what do you call that stuff from the ocean, man? Oh man, a tornado, hurricane, and a whatever that thing is, man, what comes from the ocean, all that water comes up. Yeah, man. Woo. You just, man. So leave them Tauruses alone, y'all. Leave them Tauruses alone. I think that's everybody that wants to be checked in right now. Okay, that's everybody that wants to be checked in right now, man. So I'm gonna hurry up so we can y'all can get to the Super Bowl these pregame parties, man. Tsunami. Thank you, Vaughn. A tsunami, man. Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, I was trying to think of when you see the pictures of Japan and like the whole city just sliding down the hill, right? I'm like, man, what is that? A tsunami. Thank you, Vaughn. All right, Vaughn knows everything, by the way. All right, y'all. I got a guest backstage, man. Y'all want to hear from this guest, man? Let me bring him up. Holy smokes.
We can get the damn halftime if you don't stop all this long stroking. I'm like, good God,
I'm already getting cussed out. Man.
Third quarter. Not at all.
we gonna start right now, man. We gonna get going.
Okay. Congratulations, brother, on the 1,000.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations, long overdue. Very, 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 very well deserved.
Thank you, brother.
To a nicer guy.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. And I appreciate all your help all the times you came in. I didn't do it by myself. I had people, good people like yourself, man, Vaughn, any
The whole family.
Lisa, Patrice, and everybody in the chat, and just everybody that came up here on the stage, man, and to just give a good word, try to
And most
do this
importantly,
right.
you did it the right way with integrity,
Yeah.
values, and
Thank you, brother.
with no kissing up, sucking up. Don't owe nobody nothing. That's I wouldn't have you do it any other way. So I think your first 1,000 is 100,000.
Yeah,
Because that's 1,000 valued subs. Everybody can't say that.
Yeah, and I agree. And I appreciate all the subs, man. Everybody who
these cats
subbed
out
to
there
us.
got 10, 20, 50,000 subs, and only 25 of them are valued.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
So
yeah. And then
that's important.
You know, like I don't have to, I do it sometimes just to let the person know that I'm talking about you if you want to come over. But I don't like throw out every video, have somebody's name in it so that
No.
the people come. No. I do it out of respect for them so they can see. Because if you have a channel and you put somebody's name if they get a notification that their name is in the video, and then they can know that okay, they can come over and they can come and jump in the chat if they want to. But that's really the only reason why I do it. But I'm glad we got it, man. I'm glad we done. All right, Rico, we got a serious situation, man. We got a serious situation.
I saw the topic and I said, okay, let me jump on for a little bit because this, it's crazy, but it's fact.
Yeah. This is U.S. News and World Report, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is U.S. News and World Report. It says Black women 6 times more likely than white women to die of homicide, study shows. Now, I don't know what the study is going to show. Does it show that Black women are 6 times more likely to die than white women in general? Or does it
said to die of homicide? It's a February 8th report, so it's not an old one. So it's recent. And I do know that, like I said, we're going to have to read more into it, but I do know that people, victims are usually victims of people they know. So that even speaks to even, without even going into it, I'm like, if you were Black, most murders are intraracial. That means overwhelmingly the perpetrator of the crime was Black, and overwhelmingly it was someone they knew. Probably, and a lot of times a romantic partner. I know that because that's just the trend line from the FBI statistics and data. You died in crimes of proximity. People usually of the same race. And when it's women, it's generally, not at the hands of a stranger. So we could dig a little bit more into it. That is troubling that they're 6 times more likely than white women to die.
Oh man, most definitely. But it's even
very troubling.
Here's the thing, Rico. It's more troubling. Well, it's troubling the statistic in general, right?
Mm-hmm.
However you break it down, right? It's troubling. Mm-hmm. But it's troubling if it's Black men, like you said, Black men doing this to Black women. Of course, Black women, that would make logical sense that Black women, based on what you said, Black women should be dying 6 times more likely to die of homicide at the hands of Black men. That should make sense, right? Because it's somebody they know probably, right? So that would make more sense. It's even more alarming if you say Black women are 6 times more likely to die than white women of homicide based on the whole general population. That means because white people are overwhelmingly the majority of the population, they should, by statistically, be committing more crimes. Statistically, they should be committing more crimes, right? Therefore, they should be white women should be
dying 6 times more than Black women,
right? If we go by the general population. Right. So we're gonna see, man. We're gonna read this article and see if we can get a better understanding of what's going on.
Which means it's just even, it's even worse.
Right. You see my point.
I would like to see how the purveyors of the gender war and they say that the Black community is a matriarchy. I don't know how. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, just this stat breaks down so many of the idiotic manosphere gender war narratives, and I hate to say it, our departed from YouTube sister Cynthia G, unfortunately, she had been shouting this shit out for the last couple of years.
Gotta give her that much. Yeah.
I mean, she had been saying it, speaking about the femicide rate in the Black community, and they laughed it off and this, that, and whatever. And the data shows that it was true. So again, when I hear these idiots say, well, the Black community said matriarchy, how? Explain this when they're 6 times more likely to die at the homicide of a Black man, at the hands of a Black man. How is it a fucking matriarchy?
That's gonna be tough to explain. I think the problem that Cynthia G had was her solution to the problem.
Her delivery, her solution to everything. But
I think that's what ran everybody off.
I'm not even discussing why she's not on the platform. I'm just saying she had rang the fire bell to me. The only place I was repeatedly hearing this from was her. She kept her foot on the neck of this fact for the 2 years. I was like, oh my God, would she just shut up? I was starting to think I never thought it was a myth because I knew women, but I didn't know that Black women were 6 times more likely.
Yeah, I didn't know
that's what I didn't know.
But I knew the stat was kind of high. I knew it was kind of high.
So, and I was like, okay, she was proven right. I ain't saying let her ass back in. I'm just saying she's proven right. And no, I think it's dumb to get rid of Black male babies. I still think that's a dumbass idea. But this was a truism. And I'm just like, what are you guys, you know what I'm saying? You hear the idiots on the other side. And I'm like, y'all don't even come out with any stats. Y'all just come up with all of the gynocracy, the matriarchy. And I'm like, how if they're 6 times more likely to be killed and they're being killed by Black men? How?
And that's when you gotta. It's the same way they say all these single moms like they're having these immaculate conceptions.
80%, by 20% of the men. I'm like, that shit. It just no way logically no, and they don't. There's no study. Like I said, Cynthia G shit is backed up with studies and data. Theirs is just pulled out of their ass.
I gotta give her that.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm like, if you can give me a study that we're a matriarchy, if you can give me a study we're fucking gynocracy and all these catchphrases, I'll believe you. I'll accept it. But give me something.
Well, whatever they say, it's got to be by default because if there's no men there, of course they're gonna have to do something to take to govern the situation over there, right? So,
and that was always my position. I'm like, okay, it's governed by the people that's left there.
Exactly, right?
So if you do say it's a matriarchy, they didn't take it by force. What do they say? Power abhors a vacuum.
Hey,
if all the male leadership left, whether it's through mass incarceration, whatever the reason,
right?
If the male authority is gone, and y'all already said 80% of the households are run by women, well, who the fuck else is supposed to be the leader?
Exactly.
The children?
I understand. That's what I understand.
The children? And we're still overwhelmingly in positions of power. Police department, fire, even in the Black community, the majority of the Black cops are men,
right?
Firefighters, men.
Right.
You know, all these positions of power are still dominated by men. So that's why I say hearing this, it breaks my heart that all these sisters, you know, that we're losing all these sisters. And I know when they talk about homicide, I'm like, it's at the hands of someone. And I know before we even read the first word, because homicide is an intraracial, meaning white people kill white people, Black people kill Black people, Asian people kill Asian people, so on and so forth. Without reading it, I know that most of these sisters lost their lives to the hands of a Black man. And for that, my heart breaks.
Well, let's get into the article, but before we do that, let's let Patrice get some opening remarks.
Hey, my brothers, happy Super Bowl Sunday, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Hey, good. How you doing, sis?
I'm doing all right. I'm glad we covering this subject, bro. You know how my passion is about what's going on in our community, and it's so unfortunate that I read this article and And no, I've been knowing that the numbers were growing, but I didn't know that the numbers were this high of a rate between a certain age diagraphic of our black women. And Brother Rico is right. Majority of the murks are done by people that's the same race of you, that's in close proximity to you, and 9 times out of 10, they're your loved ones. They're either your husband, your boyfriend, your relative, or a close friend. It's by someone that you know for the majority of the time. And I'm going to keep saying this. I'm going to keep saying this until I'm blue in the face. The numbers for narcissistic personality disorder with sociopathic and psychopathic tendencies is growing tremendously among black men. Okay. And I'm going to keep saying all you got to do is keep watching the behavior of these men that have these violent behavior and tendencies. It starts off with multiple domestic violence against these women for the majority. And then these are the same men that these women get these order protections out on, and they still end up unalived. Okay. And I'm going to keep fighting this, and I'm going to keep saying it, that the numbers of NPD is growing amongst black men. They have surpassed the white man, their white male counterparts. And don't get me wrong, I ain't saying there aren't any narcissistic women, but the men that suffer with it, with the violent tendencies, are these type of men that are doing these type of things to our black women. Pay
Let me ask you a
attention, you
question,
guys.
Patrice. Patrice, let me ask you a question. Do you think that because as I heard you talk, I thought about it for a second. So let me run this question by you. Do you think that black men are uh the number of narcissistic people, quote unquote, are growing in black men, or do you think that the number of them being diagnosed and designated is growing? In other words, do you think that we always had this same group of people, or do you think now because that social services and other things are involved, do you think that is why there's so many black men? That's what's increasing this number of known people.
It's a combination of all those things, but because it's going so undiagnosed in men, and see, and y'all don't know, but I still talk to and have and keep a close relationship with Brother Leon, and we talk about these things all the time. Actually, I'm getting ready to interview him again on a podcast that I met a sister on here that just lost a sister from a guy that had NPD, and he ended up murking her. We're getting ready to interview Brother Leon on her podcast now. And more and more people are realizing that this is the problem. And it doesn't matter if you listen, it we know that this personality disorder and the violent tendencies of men can happen in a two household with the mother and the father. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the trauma. We all know that this personality disorder and the violent tendencies can come from the violence and the trauma that young man sees in their household. It doesn't matter if they raised by a single mother or if they raised by the mother and father. I am sick of men continuously using and blaming black women or single moms, or give them to their dads. Brother Trey, I'm sorry, you in the chat, but I'm looking at your comment, bro. We cannot keep continuously only having the onus on black women, because it's black men are the ones that's having them, even if they raised by black men. Let's stop painting that narrative and let's call it for what it is. It has to do with the trauma that is undiagnosed, the mental illness, the environment, and the genetics that are the makeup of what is happening in our communities. That is factual. Has nothing to do with, oh, we'll give them to their daddy. These men are being raised by narcissistic parents, whether it's the mother or the father. So let's not paint that narrative of that is the only thing that is the end all be all is to give them to their fathers. It is something going on with the community where the trauma is causing these men that is undiagnosed, that is continuously around a toxic environment, seeing violent tendencies happen in their communities, in their households. And it does not matter if that woman is a single woman or she's married to a husband that's beating her brains out every other day. Let's stop that narrative.
Yeah. And I would have to add, I don't know what studies you saw that made that correlation, Trey, but if you believe that's valid, then the rate should be through the roof, because overwhelmingly we have an extremely high single motherhood population. So if you're saying the correlation is raised by single mothers leads to narcissists, which thereby leads to them unaliving their partnership, hell, half the population of women would be unalive. So it has to clearly be something other than just, you can say that that's a component of it, but to boil it all down to just, and just to say if all of those men that unalive these women were raised by their fathers, they would not do it. The evidence doesn't bear that out, because some of them had mother and father raised by them, and I believe some of them were raised. There are instances of some men being raised just by their fathers. So I just don't see how that, I hear the passion in Sister OG voice, and I agree with it, because I feel the same way about it. I think it's a knee-jerk thing with everything being the single mother's fault. I mean, damn, the sun came up, black women. I mean, it's just like
Yep, exactly. And I'm not saying it doesn't play a part. I'm saying that black single mothers is not the only and sole reasons. And Trey, I want you to understand that, because there are men and women that suffers from this personality disorder, that have sociopathic and psychopathic violent tendencies, that were raised in two-parent households. So again, I'm saying, let's not paint that narrative. The narrative that you're painting is that it lies on only the black woman. And if the solution is if you give them to their fathers, that's not the solution, bro, because it's a lot of black men that suffer from this as well, that are raising their black children, and unfortunately they black children, men and females, come out narcissistic as well, from suffering from years and years of narcissistic abuse from that narcissistic parent, whether it's the mother or the father. I'm not saying, go ahead.
Just to piggyback on that, Trey, you're saying black women put their children on medication. More white women have their children on medication than black women.
Exactly.
Again, it would make sense if there was, but yet they're 6 times less likely to be the victim. So again, I'm trying to give your reasoning some serious thought, but I'm like, it's not making any sense, because you said black women. So what does the medication have to do with it? Because white women do that exact same thing.
Okay. And listen, and there's no medication to take for NPD. See, Brother Trey wasn't over here when we interviewed Brother Leon, who is a self-proclaimed narcissist. So he wasn't over here. It just so happened that Brother Leon was not the violent kind. The ones that are murking and unaliving and constantly beating up on their women are the ones that has those violent tendencies. And those are the ones that we're speaking on. And there's no medication to take for that, Trey. And these are the type of men that are murking these women.
Okay, this is what we're going to do, y'all. Let's bring Trey up here. We usually don't bring people up here this early, so this link is just for Trey.
Well, it's a short show anyway,
just for Trey.
Yeah, so and let's get through.
Trey Ferg, do not hit this link.
And let's get through.
Come up here and explain what he's talking about, because maybe we are. Maybe you guys are getting it.
Can we get through you reading the article too, and then we could discuss it after that.
Okay, but before we do that, we got Von Bryant up here, our dear brother Von Bryant. I want him to get some open remarks before I start reading the article. So Von, you can go up here and get some opening remarks, and then we'll bring Trey up here if Trey has a mind to come up here. and then I'll read the article.
Okay. Well, greetings, everybody. How's everybody doing today?
So far, so good.
Happy
Wonderful.
Super Bowl Sunday.
Wonderful, wonderful. I know you're excited, Brother Rico. Get everything kicked off, right?
Ready to get my drink on.
I know. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. But listen, my question is, why is she being deleted? You know, we're talking about all this back and forth. It's the Black woman's fault for this. And, you know, we put the blame on her, you know, and it really irks me that the men on some of these platforms, you know, they project so much, you know, that they negate the fact that they're not perfect themselves. No one wants to take accountability for what their error is in the situation. Now, my question is, why is she being killed? Why is she being deleted? What is it about her that she's being deleted 6 times more likely due to homicide? Why is this? And what can we do about it? Now, if we're going to have a conversation, and just say, well, it's her fault, you know, stay off the channel. That's not a realistic answer. Thou shalt not delete. Let's start with that. What are we doing? Why is she being deleted? Somebody tell me that. Is it because of her hair? Is it because of the tone of her skin? What is it?
It's because she won't submit. It's because she won't submit, Brother Vaughn. That's why. She won't submit.
And I don't even think there's a singular answer. I think there's multiple reasons. That's why I don't know how, you know, like, I think we got a little trigger. It's like it's being boiled down to a singular reason when ultimately there are multiple motivations or reasonings why people in conflict resort to that level of violence. You know, and as OG Patrice simply stipulated that, yes, there is a large growing population of young Black men suffering from NPD in our community. And that's a fact. And it's not to say that everybody that's suffering from NPD will resort to that level of violence, but some will. Some will do it just because of emotional distress, a lot of different reasons, drug abuse, you know, alcohol abuse, no matter what. It was just triggering to say, give them to their father. And I'm like, huh? So I kind of was like perplexed, like, oh, so if we just give all of these boys to their fathers, this wouldn't have happened. That just seemed very trivializing to what the issue is. And it just seemed pretty non-serious to me. That's all I'm saying. You know, but like I said, maybe I was missing something in the typing. Again, I would love to see these studies that made that correlation, but I just don't see how any serious science could have came to that based on some of those reasons, but I don't know everything.
Okay, so then how do we come to the conclusion? How do we come to the conclusion somehow that if this is taking place, that it is somehow she's responsible for these occurrences?
We're not.
How do we do that?
This is the only thing we're saying.
Wait. We go. When are the men going to be accountable for their actions? When are they going to step up and say, "Hey, man, we need to get it together"? Apparently, this shows that we're doing something wrong. We are doing something wrong.
Yeah,
agreed.
I think the only thing the article is, this is how the conversation gets started. It shows us, the stats show that Black women are 6 times more likely than white women to die of homicide. So the only thing that we know out of that fact will say, okay, well, they know the numbers of how many white women died and how many Black women died. They can count. Then we do know that overwhelmingly, for as far back as I can count, murders are committed by people of the same race. That's also counted. There's a killer. They know the race of the murderer, they know the race of the victim. So we know historically that's always been that way. And then we know historically women have always been victims predominantly by people they know, i.e. a romantic partner, husband, boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. People are not killed by strangers. It's a small percentage of homicides that's committed by strangers. It's generally
there you go. Thank
women
you,
are
Rico.
victims of partner violence, partner homicide. So taking all that into account, it's undeniable to us that this 6 times more Black women being deleted were deleted by Black men, or maybe it could have been Black women. Maybe I forgot. Could be some same-sex relations, but we know that's a small percentage of the population. But they're being deleted by Black men, and Black men that they had some sort of intimate relationship with during their lifetime. That's the math and the science bears that out.
Okay. Why don't we do this?
The only thing was, when you asked what was the cause of it, I think like me and Patrice said, don't come straight in and say, well, give them to their father to raise. They were Black boys raised by their Black mothers. I'm like, come on, that's just somebody can show me how we make that jump from
As if
that being the source.
exactly, as if that's the reason why that's happening, is because they only being raised by single Black mothers, and the end all be all solution is to give them to their Black fathers. I'm sorry, no,
exactly.
That's no.
Well, let's read the article, y'all, and then let's get some more understanding. Because I don't know if Black women are 6 times more likely than white women to die of homicide by Black men, or Black women are 6 times more likely than white women to die of homicide, period, in the general public. So we need to get some understanding.
Somebody killing them. So who's killing them?
Huh?
Homicide, somebody killing them.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, we know that Black women are more likely to die at the hands of Black men. We know this. That's not no secret. Okay. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, are they in addition to the high rate of violence of Black women in the Black community, now this high rate of violence is also in the general population towards Black women as well? See, we need to see what the distinction is, because how can we try to attempt to adjust that number by trying to go out into the community and fix it when we don't know the actual issue, right? We don't know if it's this or that. We know it's in the Black community, definitely, but we don't know if it's the general population. Now, I got some feelings on why it's like this, so I'll get into that, but let me read the article. Okay, the article says Black women 6 times more likely than white women to die of homicide. Study shows. Now,
can you drop the banner so we can see it, Clarence? You know, this is
as big as I can get it, Rico.
No, I'm saying drop the comment on the screen.
Oh, drop the comment. Okay,
yeah, so when you go down, we can read along with you.
Let me drop the comment. Okay.
And your Merck thing too, just for a moment, so we can read them. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Black women 6 times more likely than white women to die of homicide, study shows. Patrice sent me this article. Shout out to Patrice. All right, so homicide rates for Black women are disproportionately high in the last in at least 30 states, particularly in the Midwest, according to a new analysis. From 1999 to 2020, Black women were on average 6 times more likely than white women to be a victim of homicide, according to a new study, with researchers pointing to structural social inequalities as fueling their higher risk. Okay, what does this mean? Structural social inequalities. What exactly does that mean? Maybe we're gonna find out. A new analysis published on Thursday in The Lancet found that homicide rate among Black women between the ages of 25 and 45 years increased by 73%. Yikes! Between 2014 and 2020, right? The study examined more than 31,600 homicide deaths among women over the past 2 decades across 30 states to find that Black women were marked at a rate of 6 times that of white women, which really pretty shocking, says lead study author Bernadette Waller, a National Institute of Mental Health postdoctoral research fellow in the psychiatry department at Columbia University Irving Medical Center. In 2020, the homicide rate for Black women was 11.6 homicides per 100,000 women, compared to relatively static rate of 3 per 100,000 among white women in the same age group. This looks like the general population, y'all. The study found that homicide rate to be significantly higher among Black women in every state examined over the last 2 decades, with the highest inequity found in the Midwest, where from 2019 to 2020, Black women were 7 times more likely to be a homicide victim compared to white women. Yikes. By contrast, states located in South and West have lowest difference in rate of homicide, with Black women in those regions close to 3 times as likely to be murdered compared with white women. The states with the lowest disparities in homicide rates were Virginia, Alabama, and Florida. Wisconsin in particular saw the largest disparity of any state overall, with the homicide rate of Black women more than 20 times that of white women. From 2019 to 2020, study authors said this marks a disturbing increase from the period between 1999 and 2003, when the homicide rate on Black women was 6 times that of white women. In Wisconsin, Missouri, Arizona, and Oklahoma, the study found that 2019 to 2020, more than 15 additional Black women than white women died from homicide for every 100,000 women ages 25 to 44. Holy smokes. The study noted that the greatest inequalities in the country were concentrated disadvantage. Concentrated disadvantage is pronounced concentrated disadvantage. I never heard that one before. In 2023, Wisconsin's economy was ranked 49th among states, and Washington, D.C., having the most racial equality, according to an analysis by Wallet Hub. In equality subcategory of the U.S. News Best States analysis in 2023, based on measurements of equality by gender, disability, and race, Wisconsin ranked number 31. No Midwestern states landed in the top 10. What's going on in the Midwest? Structural racism.
Clarence, I think what they're saying is in areas of the country where there's the greatest amount of, where there's pronounced racial disparity, that's where you see the higher disparity of the, where you see like the 20%, so there's higher disparities, say in Wisconsin than in any other state or some of the other states. So that's where you see higher rates of this happening. Places where it's more equal, it's still Black women still are dying at a higher rate, but it's much smaller. So that's what I think that they're speaking to. But go ahead. In the equality subcategory, I think that's where you're at. In the equality subcategory of the U.S. News, that's where you were at. You see that?
What happened?
You're muted, Clarence.
Sorry about that,
there
y'all.
You go. Yeah, you were muted.
I read this one already. Structural racism might provide insight as to why Black women, regardless of their ethnicity, face disproportionately high rates of homicide, the study stated. Specifically, education, attainment, employment, poverty, residential segregation, and home ownership are well-known indicators, influencing disproportionately high rates of homicide in areas where Black women largely reside. Waller says many homicides among women involve some type of intimate partner violence. You're right, Rico. And
bingo.
Inequality impacting Black household may be contribute to creating circumstances that are putting Black women at higher risk. All right. We need to talk about this, y'all. When women have the ability, the financial wherewithal to leave a partner, they are less likely to stay. Waller says, if you map this to equal payday for Black women, it takes them 8 months or more to earn as much money as their white male counterparts. Homicide by firearm is increasing in frequency. Okay, I'll give them that one. According to the study, and firearm homicide deaths disproportionately kill Black women across every region in the U.S. All right, y'all, that's our article.
At no point did it say anything about marital status, right? So It doesn't give a damn if you're married, single, whatever. They didn't even address that. They talked about the structural inequalities, which they spoke about where you can live, your education attainment, your whether or not you're in poverty, your employment status. And these are the, real things that they want to talk about. They did. Okay. All right.
Okay. So hey,
take that down. Again, give me a stat where it says black women are 6 times more likely to jump in a stranger's face.
Yeah, come on. Let me read that's it. Absolutely absurd.
Let me read it.
Come on.
Rico, let me read the comment. Let me read the comment. Black women are probably 6 times more likely to jump in strangers' faces trying to fight them, while insanely believing that they have invisible force field protecting them from their actions.
Actually, no. Actually,
we can't fix it.
No, actually, that will be your Karens, sir. That will be your Karens, sir.
But Patrice, let me say this. This is why, Vaughn, we can't fix this, because men in the community just sit there and just, after we just read that study that was worked on and was well thought out, this is the shit they come up with. I don't know this guy, no disrespect, but see, I don't even read or entertain this shit because this isn't helping. This is not going to decrease that 6 times disproportionate rate. This is the sort of shit that makes it increase. Forgive me, it is. This thinking, this regurgitation, this repeating this. And we got to stop talking like this and to people like this. If they want to be in that space of ignorance, let them stay. I'm not trying to save them. This might be the next person that might delete some fucking body because they believe this.
You're right, and this is what they do. They try to do this wouldn't happen to them if they didn't do this. That is the norm and the excuse that these men are on these platforms are trying to justify and say that that's the reason why these women should be unalive. Oh, and just because they're single, raising their children alone, and they living in poverty, that's why they should be unalive, you guys. Just because they living in these low-income urban communities is the reason why they should be unalive. Stop it.
I mean, Trey, I threw the link out there for you. Hold on, Rico. I threw the link out there, brother. So if you want to come up here and let's discuss it. I mean, if you got some information that maybe we overlooking up here, come on up here and let's discuss it. But right now we're looking at somebody.
And Trey, nobody is saying the study is a lie, but the study is also it's the opposite of what you just said. See, because before you just said, just give them to the Father, like that's the end all be all answer, when that's not true.
And these studies about single mother and single father speak to other things like graduation rate, incarceration rate. It does not speak to someone unaliving someone. So I see the studies where they talk about how a child is better raised by a father. Of course, it's a very, very, very fucking small sample size of data that they can use to correlate or to support that. But they speak to these children end up being more successful in school. This speaks to them being less likely to be incarcerated. It doesn't speak to them being any less likely to delete a partner of intimacy.
That part. Thank you. That part.
And you can't tell me that study says that shit.
That study with the poverty, the drugs, all of that, the low income, the infestation of the poverty there breeds crime, but it doesn't say it necessarily breeds the number of unalivements in those crimes. They may breed more robberies, more break-ins, and exactly. It does not mean that all of that says that that's the reason why that Black women are being unalived. And I believe John Smith is using the name John Smith because he don't want to use his real name, because he really is a
Oh,
troll. He really is a troll and really is saying these things to
maybe
try to
so.
just try to counteract. He knows that there is no way that Black women are getting in the faces of
Right.
people 6 times more likely. Come on. Actually, that's your Karen. That is your Karen. That's why we always see on social media who getting up in people's face, spitting in their face, hitting them, doing all kind of nefarious things. That is predominantly your white women, sir.
But Patrice, that's why I said, and I even tell bro, see, we gotta stop entertaining bullshit. If somebody want to come up here and have a serious conversation, I'm open to that. But entertaining every silly, nonsensical fucking argument is a waste of time, and all it does is dummy us down. That's all it does. So I'm open to any pushback, but silly comments like that, who are we helping? Who are we educating? But regurgitating and spreading some already made up shit that Black women are.
Can I ask you a question, Rico? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
John Smith represents a group of people that think like that. So you're not going to change John Smith's mind, but you're going to do, what you're going to do is that, because there's somebody out there that says, you know what, John Smith's got a good point, because they don't know. They don't have the information that you have. But once you put the information out there, they say, wait a minute, that makes more sense than what John Smith is saying. So I'm not saying we have to address every stupid comment. Like, I'm not saying John Smith's comment is stupid.
Like this one? Like this stupid comment?
That's what I'm
saying. I'm saying comments, you know, we don't have to address every comment, but there's some comments there where we recognize that there are people out here that think that way.
What's going to happen?
A group of people that think that way. And
our men, you're not going to do the work you need to do, wasting your time knocking down stupid shit, because that's what it is.
I agree.
If you look at real educators, they don't waste their time with it. They're not wasting their time with it. They go on, just like you say, when the preacher preaches from the pulpit. If I came in there talking stupid, they just like put him out. Okay, and you just keep because they will suck all of your energy and oxygen.
The John Smiths of the world are the non-factors in these particular cases. Absolutely, they are non-factors.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, hey, like I said, I understand, but like I said, we here, and you know, if they can be respectful and put their question respectfully to us, then you know, we can shoot them.
Don't pull no more up without don't pull no more up, please. You can read it like we can. You know it sounds crazy.
Well, guess what? Guess what? I got a real live person here right now. I got Trey. Trey is up here. Trey is here, and Trey.
Did you finish reading it, Brooklyn? Did you finish reading?
Yeah, we got to the end of it.
Okay. All right.
John, no, I didn't read it. I read it on the side.
No, you got to the end of the article.
Oh yeah, I got to the end of the article.
Okay, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, okay. So I got to the end of the article, and so now I think Trey wants to get some opening remarks here before we look at this video, right? Because if Black men are not committing these crimes, somebody's lying somewhere. But let's let Trey get his opening remarks out here. Trey.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, big brother? How you doing?
Can you hear me? How y'all doing? You know, I just, how you doing, brother? You know, I listened and saw you reading the last article.
Okay.
And just based on the topic, you know, I don't know how many of you all have spent time working in social services for your hometown or whatever state you live in. I spent 17 years in Chicago, social services, and every year we would get statistics from around the country and compare them to the rates of Chicago. And yes, most crimes are committed by people who look like them for any race. The numbers are always going to be proportionally higher, at least within the 80%. We commit crimes against each other. Other races commit crimes against each other because, of course, that's in the vicinity. Also, they don't state that how, whether you're male or female in our community, we're more than likely to be taken out by citizens of opposite race and or the police also. And these numbers have just increased since, like, they started really taking these numbers in like the early 90s into the present. And when we look at the early 90s, the numbers increase. And from that point, it's all correlates back to the crack era. Once crack started hitting these communities, mothers was taken out of the home due to drugs or whatever. Father may not necessarily been in the home or may got hooked on drugs. So the crime rate went up to these numbers. And it really took off in most of the poor states. You mentioned Wisconsin. There's also Minnesota, some of the neighborhoods in Chicago, and just all over the country where you have the largest concentrated of Black folk. They say most of us, studies show that most of us live in the South, but and you see DC, even, California, where we have at least 1 million or 2 million of us that look alike in the same communities. So yes, those numbers increase. Now, the only problem I had is that you have, and I can go back from when I was actually working in it. When a child is a certain age, and you can look it up. I don't do research for people. You can look it up. There's the same behavior correlations between a child raised by a single mother than a child raised in foster care. You can do a comparison. I think it's like 8 of them that may be very exact as far as the behaviors, the characteristic traits, all of those things are exemplified when a child is raised by a single parent. And they specified a single mother. And so now you take those kids of that time who were 8, 9, 10, are now full-fledged adults, and they now have children who may have worse behavior traits. And a lot of times we go undiagnosed as far as the male and the female. And you can see the violence among women is high. Women take each other out at a higher rate. Men take women out in those same communities. Black men specifically take women out in those communities. So there's always been a median of those type of incidents in the community. But now just recently, those numbers have increased more because you have that, I don't know, the millennial, I don't know what generation, but they're now at the age where they're having children and they're having the issues of unemployment rate over double digits in a lot of these poor communities, and the increase of sexually transmitted diseases, because I've seen it recently that, a lot of these guys are getting these sexually transmitted diseases, and they are retaliating on the woman. And vice versa. A lot of these women are getting sexually transmitted diseases and they're retaliating on the man. And at some point, in our, and we can see in our poorest communities, it becomes a little frustrating for both the male and the female. However, most of sisters will still challenge a Black male. She will still challenge him. She will poke him in the head. She'll stand up to him. And at some point, like we all have, like I can see on this panel, you have a breaking point. So I'm not saying that Black men are not doing it, but again, it's a very small percentage compared to every other race, and it's a very small percentage when there is children that are raised by a 2-parent home or a father-led home. those studies are what they are. Now,
Okay.
it's always some difference. It's small. 1 or 2% doesn't mean anything to me, because they only surveying maybe 1,000, 2,000 people. So you can go to the worst neighborhoods and see, like, yeah, I can see how those numbers could be high in these poor communities, but it's only surveying a small percentage. So
okay, but you said something, Trey, that you said several things I have to question. One thing you said that, okay, children raised by a single mother is equivalent to a child raised in foster care or whatever,
yeah,
like that.
yeah,
Okay, but then so and I'm assuming you're saying, you're making the connection that the majority of these black men that unalive these women, because we already did you see it? You heard us when we read the study, and
correct,
the majority of these women were deleted by intimate partner violence. It also, you confirmed that these men, now, assuming most relationships are heterosexual relationships, because the last time I checked, only 3 to 5% of the U.S. population was the LGBT. So I have to assume the overwhelming majority of these deletions were people in heterosexual relationships of the same race. And since we're
correct.
talking about women being unalived, then the overwhelming majority of the perpetrators of this unaliving have to be black men. Do you agree to that point?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
of course.
So the overwhelming majority of the perpetrators of these unalivings are black men. We're in agreement there. Now, I'm assuming your supposition is that most of these black men were raised by single mothers, because what you said was that's why they should go to their fathers, and that was the thing that I think set me and Patrice off in the beginning.
Great,
We
yes,
don't know if most of, but your supposition is that since they committed such a horrible crime, they must have been raised by single mothers,
no,
because
I
you
didn't
just
say
said
it
it's a
must
small
be.
percentage
I didn't
from
say they. I
mother
didn't
and
say that.
father.
Most, according to the studies of
Right.
of that time, most are raised by a single parent, and
Okay.
most were raised by single
By single
mothers.
mothers. Okay, right. So
Yeah,
again, if it's a small percentage from mothers and fathers and a small percentage from single fathers, the overwhelming majority is black men raised by single mothers that are committing
struggle.
these
Yes,
unalive.
yes.
Okay.
Commit most of the crimes. Most of them, not all of them. Most of them.
Okay, right. Okay, so let's just say most of them. That's more than 50%, 60%, whatever. But then by you saying that, and you're saying that the cause of it is they were raised by single mothers, I'm assuming is what led to them being broken to doing this. And if that correlates to children being raised in foster care, the overwhelming majority of children raised in foster care do not go on to unalive anyone. You see what
No,
I'm
but
saying?
they
You're saying that the raising is almost identical with a single mother and children being brought up in foster care. But most children brought up in foster care do not commit these crimes. So my supposition is it has to be something other than them being raised by a single mother. Because all the children raised in foster care do not go on to unalive people.
correct, and all the children raised by single
Right.
mothers do not
Right.
go
So
on unaliving people. So the
in that
numbers are
that's why we said it has to be a reason other than, which is why it sounds like when the single mother portion gets brought into the conversation, they're saying that's the reason. And it's like, I would agree, anytime you're raised by a single parent, it makes your life harder and it can lead to additional trauma because we know there's less resources. I agree with you. Fathers have more disciplines, mothers don't. I agree with those things, but I'm like, the unaliving, we just can't reduce it to single black mothers. It's got to be other things. And the article gave us a lot of other reasons that would make sense to me. That's what, I hope that was where the passion came from, because I know I and OG Patrice, my head is about to burst if I hear if single black women being the cause of everything negative in the world.
everything.
And I'm like, they're a part of it, but god damn, they're not the cause of everything.
No. If anybody would think that the reason why all this has happened as just the result of single Black women, they're not in touch with reality.
Exactly.
No, that's not the case at all.
It's also poverty.
But the issue that I've seen is that since the mother is more than likely given the primary care of the child for whatever reason, she's more than likely going to be the primary caregiver.
But let me ask you a key thing about your background. What about, have you seen children raised by single Black mothers where the mother was a PhD, high earning, living in an upper middle class neighborhood? You know what I'm saying? So when we look at those dynamics, the outcomes of those children are almost equal to a two-parent household, because that parent is high achieving, high educated, kids are in good schools, still a single mother, still Black, but the outcomes will be vastly different than a single Black mother living in poverty, in the projects, and so on and so forth. So that's why I say it seems like to me when they make that correlation, they dismiss all those other factors, because I can take two single Black mothers with completely opposite ends of a livelihood and get completely different results out of their children. So what does that tell us? It's something other than being single and Black and a woman.
But the only thing that can tie it together is that when I look at a mother who has the credentials as far as education and all of that, those resources, she's more than likely going to spend a lot more time out of the home and leave the kid to their own devices. So the kid is more likely to maybe, venture off and do things that typically they would not do with a two-parent home or a parent who is more attentive to their type of behaviors, because a parent knows their child first, right, and they know the type of behaviors that they exemplify. And a lot of times what I've seen working in public schools, if a child starts showing any type of deviant behavior, instead of finding the root cause of the behavior or addressing the root cause, they just go to automatically treating the issue. They'll put them on medications. And one thing I learned about when children go on these medications, when they get about 12, 13, 14, they looking at this medication as a problem, and a lot of them stop taking it. Mm-hmm. But just because they stop taking it doesn't mean that label does not follow them.
Right.
They're always going to have that tag followed, but they come to understand that. And then when a lot of times guys start developing these, I don't know, I guess you can call it narcissistic behaviors towards other women, because most men that demonstrate this behavior, they don't do these same things with men. They just do that type of behavior towards a woman.
Exactly.
Right. But then when you go back and speak to those men, it is based on what they've experienced. It'll say no relationship with father and living with a toxic mother. I'm just using the new word that they say. Mm-hmm. And so, but again, and this is where for me and my experiences, it's always been a different outcome. Not saying this 100. Nothing is 100%. That's just the thing, because once a teenager get to their age where they feel like they're going to do it their way, they do that shit their way. Some of us, even in professional world, do the same damn thing. But when they get to that teenage years, they start looking back like, okay, how did a lot of this stuff happen to me? And a lot of it relates back to the mother. And she's a female. So any female that they meet after that, soon as they get into some type of altercation, because more than likely a sister is going to be one of the very few people in someone's life that would challenge a Black male. She's going to stand up. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this, and because as a single father who raised their sons, right? And I hear what you're saying, because I agree, it's always going to go back to the mother, because that's the one that was there. In my case, my sons trace all their trauma back to me, none of it to their mother, because she wasn't there. So I think, like I said, and I know in your study, I got a son that he's in the mental health field and things like that. So I know through the study, again, I just hear in these conversations, everything always be, and I clearly say that if you're the parent that's there, you're part of the problem, So I also say, and so I even tell myself, yes, I'm part of your trauma, I'm part of your problem because I was there. You can't lay the blame at anybody else because no one else was there. But it's always, to me, it tends to be a lazy shortcut sometimes, because even as I tell my son, I had the challenges of not having any help. So for a lot of things, if you've ever been a single parent, it's difficult single parenting. I don't know of a single parent that ever gets it right. You can have all the money, the resources, whatever. It's not even designed for one parent. Parenting is designed to be a two-person job. It is just not designed as a single person. If you ever have to join that club, it just sucks. So again, like I said, I hear, and I know, like you said, you in Chicago, I can guarantee, I can't guarantee, but I'm pretty sure your caseload was overwhelmingly economically challenged, right? You didn't have a caseload of people making $200,000, $300,000 a year job, because single or two-parent household, they don't have those issues because they have access to resources. So when they run into a problem with a problem child, they can put them into counseling or therapy or whatever the case may be. Things that we know people who are economically challenged cannot afford. Either you can't afford it because like you said, you're in social service. Most cities are cutting back on social services. So even social services that was provided in the past has gotten lesser as we go through government. So the next generation is going to be more fucked than the last. School programs, me and Bro C, we talk about the lack of rec centers. So many tools that used to be there are no longer there that would help people parent. So it just is troubling to me. I can acknowledge that the parent that's there, and I would also say that if all those kids went to their fathers, it would still be, your caseload wouldn't drop significantly. It wouldn't cut in half. It probably dropped. Okay, you took all those kids and took them from the mom and gave them to their father. It might drop 20%, but you still gonna have a caseload of whatever size you had, maybe reduced by 20%, and you could appreciate that. But if they're single parents, that shit is still hard. And you're still going to have challenges raising your children by yourself. And then as more and more social resources get cut off, it just makes things harder. I know he think I'm lying. I'm just sitting there telling you, I've done it. See,
wait a minute. Let me do some shout outs real quick. Let me do some shout outs, man. Now that he got here, let me do some shout outs. Rico, let me do some shout outs real quick.
Mine was in my house. Mine was up underneath my roof, and I raised them into adulthood. 5 grown fucking men.
Okay.
It's hard.
Okay, Rico. Let me do some shout outs real quick. All right. Shout out to Sheila Ingram Ministries. Shout out to Bravo with Sheila Network, man. If you guys haven't already subscribe to Bravo with Sheila Network, get on over there, man. Good work they're doing over there. Shout out to Sheila, man. Who else is in the building, man? Hank from the basement. Hank in the basement.
Yeah, he come in here throwing grenades.
The restaurant, right? He can say Rico is just lying his butt off, man. Well, Hank, if you're gonna come up here, you're gonna come up here and defend the manosphere position that Black women are the scourge of the earth. Come on up here, man. I have a link for you. I don't usually let you guys come up here this early, but I'm gonna do it. If you're going to defend Black women. Now,
Brother Clarence.
Yes.
Did I miss the video? Because I'm sorry, I had to step down.
I didn't even play the video. Rico and Trey got the long stroking each other, and we didn't get a chance to play the video. So I'm going to play the video in just a second. But Hink is out here saying that Rico is out of his mind. So I'm gonna bring Hank up here so we can have a discussion.
Trey, I hope with my position, was at least food for thought. But I think you gave some great points.
No,
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I missed a lot of his points. I'm pretty sure that they were good perspective and points. I just don't think that I know that the numbers would be lower, but I'm not sure about how significantly lower if for kids
shout out to the Great Pill.
in two parent households, because there's like, again, there's still kids in two parents households that still end up with this type of things going on when it comes to the women being murked within the household by the husband or the partner or the whatever, sometimes even the ex or the ex child's father. It's if there's an ugly divorce, if there's an ugly custody battle, if there was already domestic violence within the home. See, we're not talking about those situations that also happen too, to help contribute to said violence when it comes to the unalivement of, well, hold on, because I know you was up here long stroking. I am saying we're not going to. My problem that I have with your statement that you made in the chat, Trey, was that giving the child to the father is the end all be all answer to that, or either the child growing up in a household with both parents, and statistics has shown that that is not the end all be all answer. I'm not saying that it's not a part of the solution, but it's not the end all be all answer, because we are having still these same type of situations happening in our communities with said children that grew up in two parent households, with said children that were raised by co-parenting parents. So it's beyond that situation. It is a problem in our culture and community, based off of mental illness, based off of the other factors that I said, with these type of males that are doing this to our Black women, and they are predominantly our Black males, because we know that it's race and proximity based. It's always 9 times out of 10 someone that you are related to. And that article just basically said the numbers are higher within the partnership of the relationship. And that's just the reality of what it is. And I think that that's the conversation a lot of times that Black men don't want to have when they have to look in the mirror at themselves as the leaders of said communities and households and say, what am I doing wrong, and how can I contribute to reducing and lowering that number? Why is it that these young Black boys are so angry? What's causing this? What has happened to them? What trauma they have experienced? What environment has caused this? What genetic has caused this? See, it's a combination of those things. And the end all be all is not take them from their mama, give them to their daddy solution. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than that.
Let me just ask
it was 100% foolproof, but it will increase the numbers of young men and women both being successful, going through life, being able to cope with some of the issues that they face in life. That's a proven fact. With the male involved in a child's life, the child is more likely, regardless of how they feel through some parts of that life, more than likely they will go on and be productive and successful citizens. This brother even state, even his children have blamed him for some things, but they still went on to do what they had to do. They just didn't stop at a certain place and continue to blame factors in life why they can't be successful. We all I can blame my father for some things, but my father got me through high school, got me through college, got me through the military. You know, I can say he didn't hug me, but hell, I knew he loved me based on him being productive and coming home every day and protecting his 5 daughters and his son, his 2 sons. So, it's not going, there's no one anecdotal fix to it, but it creates a different balance.
Go ahead.
It creates a different balance when a son can hear a voice of a man on how to deal with women and their changes and their emotions and all of that. It helps that boy transition into teenage and young adult years, because he can see the example. And things are not always 100% foolproof, but in a situation where, of course, there's going to be someone who may be taken from us by ones that are closest to us. that's never going to change because, in proximity, you piss me off one too many times, things happen. That happens with among men too. It's the same thing. So I just don't see how, it will increase the likelihood that your child, son or daughter, will break the cycle of this, what we're living in today, because I knew guys that mother was 5'2" and all these dudes are 6'9" and everybody, and I'm not just talking one family, but a lot of people, because you hear people's story. Man, I came from the projects. A lot of us came out of projects with single mothers and what went on to be successful. So yes, it's a shift in the dynamic. And to me, it has a lot to do with the crack. A lot of these children, whether they did it or not, someone may have, a lot of these people that did crack back in the day, they were still having children. So that residue is still inside their brain. Something is not clicking because they still take disagreements to the level of no return. And this is why the numbers are what they are, regardless.
Okay.
But Trey, but still in that factor, I just want to counteract what you're saying. And listen, I'm not saying that you're not right, because you're right, but your statement was very blanket, right? It was very blanket statement. When the things that's causing these things in our community is not being addressed, and you're saying that that is the only solution, right? So let's take how many households that had the fathers in there that were working, that were productive, that were in the household with the children, and we still have these problems. See, because if we did it by the number of those cases, I'm pretty sure, yes, it will predominantly probably be perhaps women, that raise their children as a single parent. But again, we don't bring up the factors of, just because a woman is raising a child in the household as a single parent means that she's not still co-parenting with that father that's outside the house. Those are conversations you guys don't have, because you want to always address the single mother as a single mother. Guess what? I was a single mom, but my son's father co-parented with me outside the home. But that's the conversation y'all not having. Y'all just label that single woman just because she's raising a child in the household alone as a single parent. And then let's talk about the reason why a lot of single mothers are single mothers. That is because the men left and they became single mothers. Whether it worked out between the mother and the father or not. How can you, as a man or a father, you can walk away from the mother, but why walk away from your child? Those are conversations a lot of you black men are not having. See, and when it comes to the stigma of a single mother, I don't fall under that, because I was a single woman, but I never was a single parent, because my son's father always co-parented through his whole life. And the reason why he wasn't there is because he was in the service most of the time. See, these are also conversations you don't have. And what about the single mothers that lost their husbands, lost the spouse or the ex? See, these are conversations, again, that your black men are not having. So when we're talking about a broader spectrum, don't make the blanket statement as if the fault is only the black single woman. That's all I'm saying. I digress.
All right, yeah, all right. Let me bring Hink into the conversation, right?
All right, and then I want to say
Put the
something
lock off the basement and let his ass out.
after Brother Hink goes. I would like to make a comment. Basically,
I told y'all, keep the lock on that basement door.
Yeah, basically a question. Actually, if I could,
just leave them in the restaurant. We got our brother Hink in the building, man. Brother Hink, what do you got to say, man? What do you think about what we're saying, man?
So, with I didn't catch all of I guess Trey's statements, but I did hear Rico lying, so I guess I can go from there. As far as single parents, and giving them over to the father. Now, if it's a son, I highly recommend it. if it's a son, I highly recommend it. Now, if it's a daughter, that's different. You know, I don't believe that a woman can raise a boy to be a man. I don't. I always said that. I always thought that. That's why I made sure when I was going through my divorce, I fought hard to get custody of my son, because he was at that age where he needed to learn how to be a man. You know, he was going through that transition of being a teenager, or going from a adolescent to being a teenager, and that was his most dire age for me to really teach and mold him to become a man. And so I think if women can allow the pride go and allow their selfish mindset go and give their sons over to their fathers, as long as the fathers are good, respectful, upstanding type person. Now, if he y'all was talking about a dope fiend, no, hell no, you shouldn't do that. You should never turn your any kid, neither one of them. But especially your son's over to his father if he's not an upstanding citizen and he's not about his business. Hell no. But if he is, and he's the man that you say he is, he's a good father, give that man an opportunity to do his job. Because it's his son too. That's his child too. Y'all made them together. It's not just your child. Just because you gave birth to them doesn't make him yours. He belongs to both of y'all because he got both of y'all DNA in there.
But Hank,
yes, Rico.
Just to make sure you understand, the single parent conversation was brought into because the original topic started about why are all these black women being murked? And they're being murked at a rate of 6 times of what white women are, because we know that most of them are being murked by black men. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that was the tie-in. So it spilled over into Trey said, give them to their daddy. And I'm like, okay, I don't think that is going to lower that murk rate that much. Because I don't think that was the reason why. So do you think that's the reason why there's so many murks of black women is because they're being raised by single mothers?
Well, hold on.
Okay. I don't understand.
I'm gonna let Hank respond to that, but right now I want to let Vaughn jump in. Let Vaughn put his comments out there on the table. Vaughn, what do you think?
Yeah, wow. You know, it's crazy, man. You know, we start a conversation one way and then we end up all in a whole different space. But I guess it's all.
Thank you, Patrice.
It's all relative, I guess, if you want to say that. But my question is this: if our black women are being killed at any rate at all, and if it is at the hands of a black man, I want to know why. What is it about her that she is being deleted at a rate 6 times more than any other rate? I'm trying to figure that out. And that's where I'm at with it. Now, I know the discussion has gone where we say, well, you know, let's look at the single, family homes and, you know, and the single parented homes. And, you know, and you could have both parents in the home. Doesn't mean that there's not going to be any dysfunction, you know. So what is the answer? What how should we address these black men who are deleting these black women? How do we address that? Or do we push that under the rug and say, well, if she would just stay out of our face, see, you know, then these things wouldn't occur. You know, if we have anything to do with it, when do we stand and speak to each other as men and get some type of answer as to why is this and what can we do about it? So that's what I wanted to add.
And can I add, I think in the article they said it was a 73% increase, right, Clarence?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So that's what's really alarming. It's like it's increased by 73%. I forgot between what year and what year. So I'm like,
I think
and more guns. You said it's more guns.
Okay, but listen. There are some other circumstances, and we all know that. You know, they're just not being deleted at the hands of black men alone. So we're not going to have that conversation. You see what I'm saying? Blame everything on the
majority of them are.
But but now, you made a very good point, Rico, when you talked about the LGBTQ side of the matter. you know, because I do know that the lesbian community has a very high rate of deleting each other. You see what I'm saying? So there's different factors that are involved in this homicidal demise of our women, you know. But my aim today is basically on the fact that if we're doing it, why are we doing it? Let's address that, gentlemen, today.
That's a good question, Vaughn.
As Black men,
that's a
deleting
good question.
Our Black women, and if it and because that is the case, you see, what is the reason? That's my question. I'm still there with it, and maybe you gentlemen on the panel can help me with that.
I think that's a question worth answering, right? So let's go around the room. Can Patrice also participate with us?
Well, let me say this because I got to drop in a minute.
She's on the panel, isn't she?
if I would, I'll be honest with you. I think overall, society has become more jaded and more cold. So people in general, we're killing each other at a higher rate than we were in the past. And I think the next generation, I mean, the lack of dignity for life as a whole, people don't seem to hold in high regard as they used to in the past. So I don't know if that's a reason. I'm just saying where I think in the past where people had a higher threshold they had to reach before they would take someone's life, it seems like now people are kill each other over almost anything.
But outside of self-defense, Brother Rico.
Yeah, I'm saying outside
I can understand. Now listen. You know, I'm not one of these that you know, just let a woman just run over you if she's trying to take your life. Now you're going to have to defend yourself.
Right.
And you see, and sometimes the outcome, even in that, you know, may not be in her favor. Right. You know,
but I'm saying, and I look at it in the past, like I think Trey said earlier, it didn't used to be this. I do believe that there is a increase in men, Black and white, that will unalive a woman for being aggressive with them, whereas though in past days a man wouldn't do that. You know, he just pushed her out her face. Short of, you know, self-defense is self-defense. But some woman jumping in my face, I'm not going to unalive her. You know, push her out of my face. You know, there was all, but now it seemed like a guy will be quick to like, any sign of disrespect, there seemed to be a mindset is reason enough to unalive someone. And we do see it higher in the urban areas than the rural areas. It didn't used to be that bad, but I think it's gotten worse. I'm open to the discussion, but it seems like people will unalive your ass for sneezing in their direction after COVID. You know, people out here beating each other up for sneezing and coughing.
Wow. Well, I'm gonna get into that, Rico. We're gonna discuss that.
So that's my thought. I don't have
why are Black women viewed as open season for violence? Why is that? So that's a good question Vaughn brought up. So I would like everybody to give their Rico just gave his assessment. All the brothers in the room, and I'll go last, but let's see. Let's go Hink, Trey, then Patrice. Because you know Patrice is a long stroker.
Let me go last. Let me go last because I really want to hear what the men have to say. I really want to hear the men's perspective. So I'm gonna go last.
Hink, you on deck?
We're gonna let Patrice go last. All right, Hink, Trey, and me.
Seeing that Rico is such a big fan of mine, and I appreciate it. And I will send you my autograph here after the show. Wow. I don't know if y'all noticed. I've been in a school. I was in a school system. I used to be a substitute teacher for elementary and middle schools. Back in 2001, all the way up to about 2005. And I don't know if y'all have noticed the uptick of these young girls are more volatile, are more violent, and they're fighting more than they used to. I noticed that I noticed a little bit before. I noticed it when I was probably a year before I got into teaching. And, you know, they kind of warned us and kind of say there's been an uptick in violence amongst the girls. And I'm like, oh, man, this is no way. I'm still thinking they just soft, tender, passive aggressive with pigtails until I got into them school system. And I'm like, man, I'm breaking up a lot of these goddamn girl fights. And this is crazy. But 2001, I noticed that. And these girls are more, and these boys are more passive and soft. They're not like what they used to be. But the girls it's exactly like we used to be back in the day. We'd be ready to fight. But now, at 2005, I noticed they're not even fighting no more. They going straight for the pistols. So, you know, that could possibly be that. These young ladies are more volatile. Now, when you talk about these boys who are acting like, carrying themselves like, and moving like young girls, why? Because they never had that man around in their life for whatever reason. I don't know. So now they don't know how to respond. They don't know how to be more stoic. They don't know how to step back, take a deep breath. They don't know that. They know to act emotional. The first thing they do is to act emotional instead of assess the situation, think about it. This ain't a good move. This is a bad investment if I do these things. That's not how they're moving. So now with these young ladies, like I said, seeing more volatile, they're more willing to jump in a boy's face. These girls will jump in a man's face now, or boy's face. Is that some of them fights will break it up? No, wasn't just not girl on girl. They was girl on boys, and they would jump, and they was whooping these boys. They was getting the best of for a while until that boy just got tired of it. And he just, probably slammed her or did whatever he had to do to get up off of her. I got a person. My son would do that. My son knows not to hit girls. He's got 2 sisters and a niece at the time that was just born. A girl got mad at him because he was laughing at the jokes that was being said about him. Now, come to find out, this wasn't the first time this girl had issues with him, but we all know when young girls like that, probably because they have a thing for you, they like you, and they get a little upset or feel some type of way if you're not giving the attention that they want. So now they're going to take shots at you, make fun of you. Now you're not as cute as you once thought he was because you want to just try to down him. So she got to an altercation, and I told him, I said, well, look. I said, put it on paper. I said, you can't be fighting. I'm saying son's name. Look, I said, you can't be fighting, man. That's not the thing. You know better than that. And I told her, you know better than that. But she kept doing it. So it was like the 3rd time he just got tired of it. And I couldn't fault him. What is he supposed to do? Keep on just sitting there and getting up. No. He got tired of it, and he said, Daddy, she scratched my neck, and we came to the school, and he's light-skinned. He's probably about Trey's complexion. He's neck all scratched up, nose scratched up, toe his uniform shirt, had blood on his pants because where she scratched you. I said, man, Dad, she just jumped on me like a wild monster. And I said, well, what did you do? I had to slam her. He said, first thing I pushed off of her to get off of me, but she kept coming. He said, so he slammed it. It went till he slammed it. She hit the back of her head until she stopped. And what they's going to do, they're going to try to suspend myself. I said, you're not suspending my son. First of all, he didn't initiate this. Secondly, y'all, he got her on paper like I told him to do. Even if it was a boy, put him on paper. You're not listening to a man, a boy, a man to walk away from it. It takes a bigger man to walk away from incident than to sit there and fight. Because they're going to call you a coward, and you got to take all that and deal with it. But you know what you are and what you're not. But that's what I told him. So when you see stuff like that going on, and now we're in 2023, it hasn't really changed. Like y'all said, it got worse. So if you got, it depends on the situation. If these young ladies are getting to domestic violence situations and they're being deleted that way, okay, I kind of see it because maybe that. Now, if they're just out the blue and these dudes are just coming up and just knocking them off because they didn't get their phone number, because we also seen situations like that. These dudes are knocking these girls off because you didn't get a number, you a coward man and you ain't shit. But I'm gonna leave it there.
All right, man. Let me do a shout out real quick. Shout out to Unique. Glad to have you in the building. Appreciate you, sis. Okay. Trey, why are Black women getting murked at the rate that they're getting murked by Black men? And we're not talking about what Hink was talking about, the self-defense, right? We're talking about just, common conflicts, and these sisters ended up getting murked. What's going on?
I mean, everything Hink said was right on, but there's a new factor that's coming into play over the last few years.
Okay.
A lot of men are finding out that the child that they thought was his is not his. He's raised that child. He's invested in that child. And when they find out, they just lose it. A lot of brothers, it's hard, man. You've been attached to a child for 10, 15 years, come find out it's not yours. And I can see, in those cases, how brothers can snap because they've all, some of them are already pretty much on edge anyway, dealing with life itself, trying to maintain employment, keep up the family, keep up the house. But when they find out,
let me stop you right there, Trey. Let me stop you right there and make sure that what I'm hearing is what everybody else sees. Are you saying that because they found out that the child is not theirs, therefore harming the woman is justified based on coming into that knowledge?
No, I'm not saying nothing is justified when it comes to murdering somebody or abusing somebody. That's never justified.
But you can see how they can
that's
get
happening. Yes, just like
I just want to make that clear. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's happening. Those numbers are different. And then, like Hank said, the population of younger people are a little bit more violent now because they appear to believe that their struggle was a lot worse than people before them. They are a little violent. The females, and I hate to say it like this, most of the girls learn those type of behaviors from other females. Most girls learn it. I've seen where women are telling their daughters, you better whoop her ass, you better fight her, you better not let nobody do this. And they'll fight and they'll be violently fighting. And the boys, even if for the most part, he's going to try to, I don't see where most young men are initially just attacking the woman. A lot of times it'll be self-defense or just trying to, I don't know, it seems like when you see fights, the guys will jump in for whatever reason. They probably a lot of the instigators of it. But, I don't see a woman overpowering any man in any capacity, being attacked. And, the numbers are going to stay the same, really, because until we can find a way to unionize each other, the young male and the young female, the numbers are going to continue to stay the same. But women are more violent today. They're more likely to challenge you.
Jet, one thing, I just want to say this, and I agree with everything you said. I don't know if we want to, I'm trying to say, should we talk about the conversation in adulthood rather than young folk? Because I understand teenagers in high school and stuff, like Hank said, they just crazy. But I think a lot of these murkings are adults, and some of them, we could be talking about people in the age range of 30s and 40s that's doing this. So it's, I just...
Rico, the article said the age range. Rico, the article
said they said 25 to 44. So that's adulthood, not young folk that's doing this. So, and a 73% increase. And my question to you, Trey, is, do you think it's going to stay the same? Do you think it's possible that they can continue to go higher?
Hold that question, Rico. Hold that question. I know you got to go.
Yeah, that's why I was listening. I didn't want to go before I heard what he had to say, but I just wanted to put that out.
I'm gonna let him answer it, but I got to answer the question. Go ahead, Trey.
You're gonna come up with something crazy, so I ain't gonna go ahead, Trey.
I mean, yes, as far as the numbers for the young adults, there's always going to be average where the numbers are going to stay the same, because those are the population of us who struggle to communicate, who struggle to establish relationships and or maintain relationships. And when you hear the reasons why they have these issues, most of the time it reverts back to a traumatic experience as a child, a teenager, or a relationship. That's why these numbers are pretty much going to be the same across the board. Now, it's going into the future. Hey, I don't know. It could probably get worse, because nobody wants to build a family, and everybody's just going to be an individual protecting their own self and their own feelings and thoughts. So I don't know. And I think it was a comment. What was that? Yes, a black man will tell his son to fight back another male. Most fathers will, if he's a righteous brother, a brother that has any type of sense, he's going to tell his son, man, try to run from her. Don't put your hands on her unless you have to. And most men are not just gonna just go to take a woman. He might slam her and try to subdue her, but yes, we're gonna tell our sons, if it's another guy, put their hands on you, man. You do what you got to do, because that's what the most fathers would do. They would, back in the day, we gonna duke it out and go home and eat some chicken and come back and see each other mind, mend those issues. But yeah, I don't see most men saying fight the woman, fight the girl. No.
All right, y'all. So the question was, why are black women? What is our theory? Why is black women more likely to get murked than white women? Well,
come on, genius.
All right. Well, one of the reasons why is the way black women are projected in the society. They're projected. Black women are projected into society, and when I say black women, I mean black girls as well, are projected in this society as sex pots that are just waiting to be violated some type of way for sex, so that they're just waiting to be jumped on. They're waiting to be violated, and they can't stand it. They about to jump out their pants. If you look at all these videos that Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B. Now, I'm not saying that this is the purpose for why they're making these videos, but they're being used. Those videos are being used to project an image of black women that sexual violence is what we want to see, what we want. We black women, we want sexual violence. We need it. We got to have it right away. You know what I mean? Now, that might not be their intent, but it's really, shout out to Arshawn. It's impact over intentions, right? It doesn't matter what you intend to do, the impact of what you did is the issue, right? So therefore, that's the situation. Black women are projected as these women that are looking and expect and appreciate that unnecessary violence against them. If you look in the societies, they are constantly promoted as these type of people that want all this violence. So therefore, our young men see this from 2 years old and up. They watching stuff like Love and Hip Hop. This group of black people acted stupid in this city. This group of black people acted stupid in this city. Right? They're watching all these different shows. Shout out to MTV, shout out to Viacom for promoting this kind of stuff, right? This person's cheating on this person. This person's catfishing that person, right? And it just shows black women as these people that are looking, and especially our girls. Do I say that our young black boys are being violated? Yes, they're being violated, but overwhelmingly, our black girls are being violated. And so our black women are being violated. And it is a result of the society that you're right, Rico. Black women go missing. Nobody goes looking for them. Why? Because the television told us they're not worthy of that. The television told us they ain't worthy of it. You see, Megan Thee Stallion and all this stuff, and I'm blaming her. It's like she intended to have this happen, but her videos are being used. Cardi B videos are being used. Nicki Minaj videos, and all these other little sisters, City Girls, and Glorilla, and all of these people, they are promoting, and the society will pay them money to promote the degradation of the black woman. And here we are. We have to sit here and wonder why. Why do people feel like black women and violence go hand in hand? Why? Because our society told us that way. We've been raised to believe that black women want sex and violence. They want that. They won't respect you. A black woman won't respect you unless you're ready to use violence against her at any moment. And she won't respect you if you're not having sex the way she wants you to have it. So therefore, that's what they're looking for. When you're dealing with them, those are going to be the two issues that you have to impress upon her. This is my belief of why, or one of the reasons, this is one of the main reasons why the society, the overall society, looks at black women as nothing, black girls as nothing except something to violate. That's all they're there for, is for sexual pleasure, because she is being promoted as this person who is, I'm just here for the sexual pleasure of black men. Violent, however it can go. The more violent, the better, right? That's how it's promoted. So when we see women, that's why they call women that don't behave like that, what do they call them? They call them a bitch, right? Because this woman doesn't represent herself like that, and they are upset because they feel like all black women are supposed to behave that way. All black women are supposed to be have that flow on them, that the violence and sex is their thing. When you find a woman that tries to behave in a godly way, they can't stand her, right? They can't stand her, right? Other women can't stand her, right? So it's not only black men being taught this lesson, but other black females. That's why you say, I agree with you, Trey, and Hink, that violence against women, against themselves, is increasing because they don't see themselves as anything to value, as another sister, as a sister in this fight for survival and life. They don't see, in my opinion, this is one of the main reasons. I could continue, but I want Patrice to be able to go and say what she got to say, and then Rico, actually, you need to close out, and then we let Vaughn see if he got his answer.
Well, Brother Vaughn, did Brother Vaughn want to answer before I go?
Yeah, I would like to say something real quick. Just real quick. Everybody did, I listened to everyone, and, what I basically heard is, children are being raised by single mothers, so her fault. Our women are jumping in the faces of these men, see what I'm saying? Her fault. Or could have found out that the child was not his. Again, her fault. And another reason, women are more violent today. Her fault. So I'm trying to figure out, when is it his fault? When is it his fault that these occurrences are taking place? And that's where I'm at with it. But I did hear what everyone said.
Okay. Did somebody else? I thought Trey or somebody else want to say something before I go and speak. Right quick. I thought I heard something. Anybody?
I want to say something real quick. I wasn't making the juxtaposition that it was the black woman's fault for where she's at. My thing is that the society is the system which educates our children and educates everyone through the television and the media. They are the ones that are using our sisters' entertainment prowess to create and thinking process whereby men consider them nothing but people to be violent with, and they're going to love it because they're watching performances instead of getting the real information. And so that's what I never was blaming, at least me in my position, I was never blaming black women, because they're just doing, their intention is to entertain, but but the system takes their entertainment and uses it as a teaching boards to show everybody, look at the black woman. So that was the part. Now I could get deeper into it, but I just wanted to make that clear.
No, please don't get deep into it. Not right now. God damn it, not right now.
Hell no.
I said, and I heard all of y'all perspective as men, and respect. I gotta say this respectfully. With the exception of Bond, the rest of y'all really suffer from a lot of cognitive dissonance when it comes to the accountability of the man. I heard every excuse from the women are more violent than the men, to the system fault and the way society looks at them and the TV and Let's see. I actually wrote some notes down while y'all were talking. This is unbelievable because neither one of you all actually answered the question where the onus is on the man. See, because that was the question. Why are men doing this to women? I heard how girls are more violent and fighting each other and getting more in boys' faces. Trey agreed with Hink that the child, his perspective is, oh, a man may find out the child ain't his and he just may lose it. They can't, they just snap. The girl, this is learned behavior as if it's not learned from boys' behavior, learned from other boys and men. Other females and black women are more violent than ever these days. And bro, see, oh, it's the system because how they are overly sexualized. I have never in my life heard more cognitive dissonance when it comes to that answer. Why are black men killing black women? Period. Why? It always was a roundabout answer from you guys where it always was leading to that it's the girls or the woman's fault or it's the system with Bro C. It's the system fault. Why is it not black men's fault? Why are we not talking about how black men are traumatized and they're not getting help for their trauma? Why are they so angry? Why are they so violent? Why are they suffering from NPD? Why are they suffering from sociopathic and psychopathic tendencies where they're doing these things to women? Why are they not addressing their mental illness and getting help for it? Why are they not going and getting help for the anger management that they're having, and the reason why they can't deal with rejection, the reason why when the woman wants to divorce them after the man has been violently abusive towards them for years in the marriage, and now she wants to divorce and wants to take the kids all of a sudden, and he drags her through court, and now he don't want to pay child support or pay her alimony, so I'd rather see her dead first. See, these are some of the reasons, or just the fact that I hate women because I hated my mother. See, because my mother was abusive to me, so now I hate all women. See, and that's why I beat my wife, beat my girlfriend. The onus, you all did not answer the question when it comes to why black men are unaliving black women at an alarming rate 6 times more than their white female counterparts. And these are some of the reasons why they're doing them. The reasons that I just said. See, because if a woman is tending to be violent, we know that predominantly, for the most part, men are stronger than women. Why men aren't leaving? Why aren't they walking away? Why are they choosing to unalive women instead of just leaving and walking away? See, these are answers. Y'all not talking about the answers of why the black men are doing it. You making excuses of why girls are more violent, why women are more sexualized. That's not the answer. That's not the reason. Why aren't black men addressing the issues that is happening amongst the black men? I did not hear none of you men up here say that. The cognitive dissonance you just displayed is letting me know that we are troubled in this community because you would rather blame shift and deflect than to answer that question, black men. And that is problematic in and of itself. See, because I can tell you why black women do some of the things they do and take the onus for that as a black woman. But for some reason, black men cannot just straight answer a question when it comes to why black men do what they do. And that's what I did not hear from none of you all. The only one got closest to it was Rico, but Vaughn actually was bingo with asking that question again because I know he didn't hear the answer either. See, if you ask me the same question, I'm not going to deflect and put the answer and the onus on black men. I'm going to take accountability for what black women are doing. But that's not what you men just did up here. And I'm highly disappointed in the answers, guys. Black men are unaliving Black women at a higher rate. Why, Black men? Why aren't you dealing with your anger issues, Black men? Why aren't you dealing with your NPD, Black men? Why aren't you dealing with your sociopathic and violent tendencies, Black men? Why aren't you dealing with your psychopathic tendencies, Black men? And it don't have to be the Black man from the hood. It could be the Black working man with a job that's going home and he kicking the crap out of his wife every day. So please, spare me the deflection. We cannot blame society. We cannot blame reality TV. We cannot blame sexism. We cannot blame what other women are doing. Why are Black men doing this? Black men? Now I digress.
All right, I got a question for you, Patrice, because you brought up some good points. But I got a couple questions. Number one, when did we take any responsibility away from Black men? We were asked, why do you think this is occurring? And so all we did was try to point out factors in the universe for this occurring. I don't think we were asked, is this Black men's fault? Or should Black men be held responsible for what they did? That none of that was asked to us. We were asked
What was the question? What was the question, bro?
No, right. What she's saying is accurate, Clarence. We didn't place any of the responsibility on Black men.
I think we all understood that the responsibility is on Black men.
But I'm saying, I'm even thinking back my at no point did we place. I think everything we said was accurate, but what she's saying is we didn't place any responsibility on the people who actually did the unaliving.
So that's not completely true. Because if you heard what I said, I also said that they haven't learned how to step back, how to control themselves, how to take. That's me taking accountability on what these men are not doing and what they need to learn how to do. I said they need to learn how to control themselves, how to talk, how to act, how to respond, how to carry themselves, not to act emotional. I said all of those things in my statement.
But you all answers for the women were longer than your answers for the men's accountability. Let's be real about that. Let's be clear. You know what I'm saying? I heard a long soliloquist about what women doing and ain't doing, but then but the Black men, they violent and they need to get help too, or they need to. I hear a very short something a statement in there when it comes, but the question again, we have to go to the question and break the question down as to why are Black men unaliving Black women at an alarming rate. That was the question.
I'll say this, Patrice, after hearing that and thinking back on my answer, I will say, we have to put, no matter what the reason I think why someone did it, the bulk of it has to go on the perpetrator of the offense.
Of course.
The bulk of it, I'm saying like the bulk of anything has to rest on the unaliver. Now we can say what pushed the unaliver to it, but the bulk of it is the unaliver. So I can say what was the reason that pushed them. I can say this, but the bulk of the problem has to lie with the person who did it. And when I think back on it, I'm like, okay, I get where she felt like there was an absence of I think that speaks to be honest with you, Patrice, I don't fully know. So it was hard to answer. So we tried to give an answer, and then thinking back on it, I'm like, yeah, I guess I could have. At the end of the day, it is, 6 times is white women and 73% increase. And the overwhelming majority of them are Black men that are doing it.
Because Brother Rico, you know what? If that was reversed to why women are murking, Black women are murking Black men, we're here because they this and because they that, because they this and because they that. That's what we are here. See,
I got you. I got you.
So
Yep.
pay attention to how the question was asked.
It's kind of hard to give an experience about something you never experienced, though. I never experienced a being to the point of wanting to kill a woman off. I never got to that point, so it's kind of hard to answer that question without being in them shoes or going down that path. To me, but I gave what I gave for reasons: a lack of control, a lack of knowledge, a lack of the ability to restrain yourself, or show self-discipline. All of those things is the reason why these young brothers are probably doing it, because they don't have that. They wasn't taught that. They didn't see that. They didn't experience that. They probably experienced just the opposite. So they act emotional because that's all they seen. They seen their mothers and their fathers flying off the handles because of they didn't get what they expected or what they wanted, or somebody didn't do what they were supposed to do, and they respond like that. Well, if that's the case, and that's all a boy sees and learns, that's all he's gonna do, even to adulthood. I know we said don't get off the kids, but guess what? They learned this shit from childhood. Most of these people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I want you to keep that same energy, Hink, when it comes to the women. Keep that same energy, because the women going through the women going through the same type of
as far as
women. No. I'm talking about the same trauma things you just named, like children, women, boys and girls are being raised in traumatic households. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes trauma affects one differently from how it affects the other. And unfortunately, it's affecting the young boys at a higher risk more than it is the girls, because it's the men that is predominantly committing these crimes against the women. It's not the other way around. But I'm just saying, the bottom line is addressing the issues within the community. And I don't think you have to be a victim of it or anything like that. We know that these things are going on in our communities when it comes to the trauma. We know when it comes to the violence, when it comes to the the SAN, the molesting, and all of these traumatic things that happens to boys and girls in households, right? We know the domestic violence is in our households, whether you a single parent or both parents, because a lot of times, if it's both parents, guess who's the one whooping on who's ASS? The man. So again, these are things that I'm not hearing that are genuine conversations to have as to why the numbers are so high and the reasons for the men murking the women. The trauma, the environment, and the genetics. All of these things make up a part of that, right? So now you got the angry little boy growing up. He violent. He fought all through school, so he thinks that that's the way to go. It's not just girls. Are girls becoming more violent? Absolutely. But the question wasn't about girls, but y'all made it about girls and women. The question was about men, and it referred to men. And the cognitive dissonance came in is because you all didn't stay on the men. You focus more on the women and the girls. That's what I got out of that.
So, but you said let me
say this thing. Let me say this. Hink, let me do a shout out real quick, and then let me say this. Shout out to Gordon McCracken. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. All right. So Patrice, the question was asked to us, why is this happening? Right? Wasn't asked to us who's responsible. Do you think black men are responsible for this? It was asked of us, why is this happening? What is the circumstance? What is the catalyst for this situation happening? That's the way I took the question. What is the catalyst? So,
bro, Clarence, if the black men are the one that's unaliving the black women, then who is responsible, bro, Clarence?
That's what I'm saying. That's understood who's responsible. So that wasn't the question that was being asked to us. Who's responsible? We know who's responsible.
The question wasn't who responsible. The question was not who responsible. Your question was asked was, why are black men murking black women at a higher rate? That was the question.
And so my answer was that obviously it has to start in the head first. It has to start. They have to believe that black women are not worth treating with respect, dignity, and mercy, right? They have to believe that. that this woman is not the white woman. Some kind of way is above. She's able to be respected. Why? Because the white man will come in her defense, but the black woman has no one coming to her defense. Therefore, she is unworthy of being treated. See, this has to happen in their head first. Now, all the other mitigating factors that you're talking about, mental illness, traumatization, all of this other stuff. Now, that all stuff comes in after the belief that black women are not worthy of being protected. That is the first thing that has to happen.
No, it's actually the thought process, because if they even think that women are not worthy, that's problematic and sick in and of itself first, Brother Clarence.
Point, Patrice. That's
right, exactly.
The other things are just branches off that tree. This is the root of the situation, is the belief that black women are not worthy of protection and of respect and protection. That is the root.
But again, black
how
men.
How are they getting that information?
But again, black men, why is that, right?
Why is that?
Again.
See, that's the point. Why is that?
But that wasn't. But that was not the question.
The question was, why are black men doing this? Why is it increasing?
Why
is it increasing? I just gave you the reason again.
No, you only gave partial the reason. But you have not given the onus, see, because that question reflects an onus on the black men that's unaliving the black women. You gave a reason, and it was a good reason, and it was a valid reason. But again, I do not hear the onus on the black men that's unaliving the black woman. I hear y'all say it, but you don't. You say, "Oh yeah, it's on the black man." But when the question was asked, that was not what the answer was. See,
because based on this question, we already knew who's responsible for these deaths. We already know that. He asked. It's in the question. He asked us why.
We know who, but we don't know why. You guys didn't answer the why.
We don't know why.
Okay, what am I missing? What am I missing here?
Let me say it this way, Patrice. Let me say it this way.
Okay.
If we just attack the traumas and this and the trauma here, it'll be another trauma someplace else. So we attack that trauma, it'll be another trauma somewhere. As long as they have the fundamental belief that black women are not worthy of protection and peace and harmony, it doesn't matter what anything could set them off to go do these things. Oh, my father wasn't there. My mother wasn't there. I was in a single parent home. I was in a double parent home. There was dysfunction.
But a reason and an excuse does not account for the action, right?
We're not excusing anything.
I know that. I'm just speaking in general. I said it does not excuse the action, right? The bottom line is any man that does that to women, it's got to be effed up in some shape, form, or fashion. Okay, so again, I heard all of the bounce around answers about women, but I didn't say, men, it's some messed up men out here. I think y'all cannot say that it is some messed up, sick, twisted, evil, demonic men out here, just like they are women out here. And I can take that. No. Stop it, bro, because you didn't say that. What you did was bounce around and blame society for the reason. That's what you did, bro. I'm just saying, take some accountability. Say, look, we got some messed up men out here. They got anger issues. They got trauma. They got mental illness. They got sociopathic. Listen, it is what it is, bro. Come on now. Let's call a spade a spade, because there's women out here like that, and I know they are, and I say that, and I call them out because there are women that do nefarious things to men too, and I call them out. I call them out on their bullshit every time. Bro, that's what that was. Why are black men murking black women at a higher rate, 6 times, as a matter of fact, than our white female counterparts? Do you want
what we were asked?
Exactly. So, and your answer was because it was society and the way society sexualized women. Come on, bro. That was a deflection.
He asked us for the rate increase. He asked us why the rate increased. We already know it's a rate. We already know there's effed up black dudes out here doing this kind of stuff. But he asked us, why did we get the derivative of the momentum of it's going at this rate and now it's increasing that rate to this, right? That's what he asked us for. So we were trying to tell him reasons that we believe that contributed to that. I believe that the image of the black woman, generally speaking, as provided by the media and provided by entertainment, does not put the black woman in a position where men think of her as somebody to be protected and respected in most cases. That's my and I believe before anybody starts murking anybody, they have to have in their head a standard by which they say, you know, this person is worthy of life, this person is worthy of death. Why is this person worthy of death? See, that's what I'm going into, the psychological, because like I said, okay, you want to say there's effed up black men. There always going to be effed up black men. There's always going to be, but the only thing we can do is try to, as the society, get the society to try to understand, or try to get these young black men to understand that's a lie what you watching out there. You watching Nicki Minaj, that's a performance. That's not real black women. Real black women have class and souls, and they're godly, right? They're way worth protecting, right, and defending, right? So, but you look at this performance of Nicki Minaj and you say black women are just waiting to be sexually violated, right? When that's not true. And that's
sexually violation. But sexually violation is different from unaliving. Just because a woman is dressing provocatively doesn't mean she deserves to get unalive, bro.
But I'm saying,
make that make sense.
Two are very closely related because the thing that drives the man in both of those cases is to dominate the person and dominate them, and not in a positive way, but in a negative way, because they're being dominated in a negative way. And they want to take that out on this other person. And they cannot reconcile that domination that the society is putting on them. They can't reconcile it in their head, so they need somebody to exact that out on, another person to exact that, in my belief. This is my understanding. So therefore, if we continue to address only the branches of the tree, right? Oh, this guy's got mental illness. This guy's got some type of issue. He's a narcissist. He's a this. He's a that. And all these labels and all these things that we can say, right? He's on meds. This dude's on crack. This dude's on this and that. Yeah, all that's contributing factors. But when you get to the root of it is the belief that black women are not worthy of protection and peace. That is the root problem. If we can get that out of their minds, even though they're on drugs, they won't do that.
That's your stance.
Listen.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish this, Patrice.
All right, let me get in here too, guys.
And they're not killing white women. White men are having issues, and they're not increasing the deaths that they're causing to their women. White men having these traumas, but they're not increasing their numbers on white women. It seems to be only one group that's increasing their numbers, and they're on drugs, and they have all these different things that all these other races of people have. Yet the violence is increasing to our beloved sisters, right? So what's going on? What's the difference? What's the difference? How are white women portrayed? How are white women portrayed? They're portrayed whenever they have a problem, dun, 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 the white man's coming to the rescue. The Latino woman is portrayed, dun, 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 the Latino man is coming to the rescue. The black woman is portrayed, hey, where's the dun, 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 dun? There ain't no dun, 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 dun. She's fodder for whoever wants to take advantage of her, right? And if you can explain to me why the violence with white men are going through the same, they're narcissists, they're this, they're that, they're all this stuff, right? They're going through it, but their numbers are not increasing. The Asian men, they're narcissists, they're this, and their numbers are not increasing. The Latinos, They're narcissists and this and bipolar and all this, and their numbers are not increasing. Why is only one group of numbers increasing? And we all have the same issues. What's going on there? It's got to be the belief. It's got to be the belief that black women at some point are not worthy of protection. This is my opinion.
Okay.
Now, I finally got it out, Patrice. What do you got to say?
No, I have nothing else to say because again, I respect your opinion and I agree with you with your stance and your reasoning and the reason why you say you believe that because a lot of black men believe that black women aren't worthy of protection. That is actually a true statement, right? But it's deeper than that. And I think that you all are only covering surface things. You're really not getting to the deeper root because you are right. You are the one that said we know that that these illnesses and disorders are happening in other said communities. But like I said, black men has surpassed all other races combined. Okay, let that sink in, which means there is something wrong in our communities and in the mindset of black men. It is problematic, and for them to surpass white men who is known to have always been more in power, have more positions, made more money, that were the most narcissistic people on this earth. Black men have surpassed them to the point where they have violent tendencies and they are now unaliving black women. That is a problem. And that is what I'm saying, where the cognizant dissonance comes in with black men, is because they don't want to be held accountable for that situation. And saying it is a problem in our community with black men having these issues. I heard everything, every answer but that. Take the onus, black men, as black women should take the onus for they shit. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, now listen.
Let me let Vaughn.
Let me get in here for
then Hink, then Trey. Let them respond.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. A lot of good points made, but I do want to point out that I'm very satisfied with the second approach that Hink gave concerning the question as to why. And I just want to explain to you why that is. Now, he gave a few good reasons as to why. Listen, we don't have all the answers, you see, and he was adamant about expressing that, but part of the reason is a lack of discipline. That's part of the why. You see what I'm saying? Over emotional. That's part of the why. And then Hink brought out a very good point that it is a learned behavior. You see what I'm saying? This is a learned behavior. And then also you have traumatic experiences. And then Brother Clarence came back with societal issues could be a cause. You see what I'm saying? But overall, gentlemen, I would definitely say that we have to learn how to govern our own temperament. You see what I'm saying? The Bible says that he that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls. So as we mature as men, we need to pull the reins on this. We need to get control. We need to be in better control of our emotions. You see what I'm saying? Because where there is lack of control in that area, we are liable to do anything. We are liable to do any unseemly thing. So when it comes to the why, I will say that I thought that Brother Hink did bring out some good points as of to why these things occur. But it gets deeper than that, like Patrice said. But right now, we can only touch the surface of it because I'm still trying to figure it out myself.
Bro Clarence, did you still want to play the video?
Yeah, I do. Let me let Hink and Trey respond, and then we're gonna play.
Oh yes, of course.
I got about 3 or 4 videos that show you just how wicked black men can get. Since since me, Trey, and Hink say black men are okay with all this violence, right? Well, I got some
Okay,
videos.
I'm gonna need you to stop it, bro, Clarence. I really am. I'm like,
all right.
I'm so over you right now. Like, I'm over you.
All right, let me let Hink, and then let me let Trey go, and then we're gonna play the video, y'all.
Brother, sure, you can go first, bro.
You know, this is a lot. And just based off what I'm hearing, maybe we're the wrong people to have this conversation with. You're going to have to go to those 21 to 35-year-olds and see why and what issues they have been partaking with to see why they are demonstrating this type of behavior. Because, you know, when I was younger, you know, it may, the number, it definitely wasn't what the numbers are today. These are things that just really rose since the 2000s, about 2004, 2006, since our divorce rate numbers have increased to what they are today. So maybe you may need to talk to a younger audience to see if you can get some answers on why these things are happening. But I do know that just based on, you know, what I've learned in social services in Illinois, you know, a lot of those behaviors are learned behaviors. The violence is learned, whether it's from the mother or from the father. And a lot of even the voices, like someone mentioned some of our singers. When you have groups of people speaking out loud to say we don't need a certain group, we don't, you know what I'm saying, they can't do anything unless they reach a certain level, you know, unrealistic expectations that are being had. You can expect a 25-year-old to make $100,000. That's just ridiculous to think of. And so, you know, and this is where men have to take advantage, focus on self. And if you get to a point where you're getting violent to a woman, seek help. Speak to someone outside of your normal circle. It can be professional therapy. It can be someone in the church. It can be a righteous brother in your family or neighborhood. You know, seek those helps and try to get an understanding on why you have those certain feelings to where you want to go to that extreme on hurting somebody. But, you know, I don't know, man. I never experienced it. I never seen it. I got 5 sisters.
Trey, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So you wrote in the chat, other races of women are not shouting they don't need their men. These are Black women whose sons and brothers are committing a crime. So just because the women are shouting they don't need men, that's a reason they should be unalive?
No, that's not a reason. But they're not just doing it out in the microphones. They're doing it in the homes. They telling these sons that you ain't shit, your daddy ain't shit, his granddaddy ain't shit. And, you know, a man hearing that, once he gets out into the world and he start hearing that same voice that he was hearing in the child, it's going to be a trigger. It's going to
so
be
it's only women that's doing that. It's only women that's doing that.
Well, I don't hear no man hollering, you know, we don't need. So they may not. They now.
No. I said, is it only women? Is it only women that's saying, telling their sons and daughters, you ain't shit, you ain't gonna be shit, you all that? It's only women that's doing that.
It's men,
okay.
But the women are the primary caregivers. More than likely, it's coming from a woman. You got to have these conversations, and they will tell you, my mama, my home, I didn't have a relationship with my father. It's a difference from your father telling you that from not having a relationship with him, because a lot of guys don't even know their father, but they don't know the truth on how they were even brought here anyway. You know, it's just saying he doesn't want you, but mama's not saying, you know, we was just screwing in the back of the car. It wasn't no relationship or whatever. So yes, it's going to be placed. The burden is going to be placed on the parent who's really not there. But that's why I say.
So again, the women are the reason why men are unaliving them, because of the women that raised the children like that. So again, it's going back to
Not,
the one.
but see, nothing is 100%. You saying it like it's 100%. No, it's not 100%.
No, you're saying it like
The
it's 100% because you said that the
primary
women are
reason,
the ones.
one of the primary reasons is because of the man being raised in a single parent home, and more than likely that's in a home with a woman.
Okay, so again, you're saying it's the single woman. Okay, whatever. Okay, I digress.
All right, Hank, I think you up, man.
So I said it before. Men need to teach men. Elder men need to teach the younger men.
Great.
Elder women need to teach the younger women. So if I have a son, or if you have a son, he needs to be taught, educated on how to move, how to act, how to operate, how to carry himself, how to dress and clean himself, how to behave like a man. And if that's not happening, a father figure, whether it's some type of kinfolk or some type of spiritual advisor, needs to be in that boy's life to allow that to teach a young man. And maybe, just maybe, we can cut down on some of these issues. I don't know what the percentage will be. Maybe 20, maybe even just 10. If it's 10%, that's a good thing. That means a few less sisters will be amongst us right now. If it's 20%, if it's 50%, all those percentages are good, because that means that's one less person that didn't lose their life to whatever violence. So as far as OG Patrice talking about putting on the men, look, we can say whatever we want. Unless we know what the reason was it a domestic violence situation? It's kind of hard to answer. I don't know. But let's say it was. Let's say it was domestic violence. He came home drunk one day, was pissed. The woman wasn't acting right, didn't have his dinner, whatever, and he decided to end her. Well, that's a man who's already is out of order. Because first of all, he's drunk. He's coming home drunk and volatile. Why is he volatile? Because a man never taught him how to carry himself. Probably a man should have taught him how to hold his liquor. And hey, you might not want to be out here drinking all this much and then driving at the same time. That's not a good decision. That's a bad decision. But if there was a man that's like, he could tell him that. He could share that with him. He can educate him on that. That's not how we move as men. Because this could possibly happen to you if you continue to do that or go down that path. This could possibly happen to you if you come home and be volatile and abusive towards your wife. This could probably happen if you're in the streets and just because you didn't get the woman's number, she rejects you and you feel the need to assault her for what? No, you just need to accept the no and keep it moving. But see, a man needs to be in a child's life to do that. So fathers, if you have the opportunity to be in your son's life, make sure you're there. Ladies, open up a path for it to happen. But it doesn't matter what your reasoning is. If it means you have to go to court, do what you got to do. But don't allow that to be excuse. Education, learn, teach our sons on how to operate, how to move, how to carry himself, and how to deal with certain situations. Use some scenarios that we see in these social medias. Another thing is, we talk about all this other stuff. Look here, you need to educate your kids. You need to know what they're seeing. It means I don't have to have permission to walk in my son or my daughter's room. I knock on the door if it's my daughter, and then I walk in. My son, I'm just walking in. I need to know what he's taking in. Eyes is the gateway to the soul, correct? So I need to know what he's watching on television. I need to know what he's listening to as far as the music, or what he's hearing as far as the games or shows he's watching. I need to watch all that. I'll sit down and watch it with him and let him know, hey, man, this shit ain't real. Please believe that stuff's not real. Let me tell you what it is. And educate our kids. to deter some of the bullshit negativity that they see. Maybe that could be part of the reasons why we are doing certain things and these young black boys are doing what they're doing. Because they're not being educated. They're not being taught. I appreciate you ladies doing it, but we know it's going to take that man who's going to install that discipline just in case he gets off the beaten path. That's fine. We'll wear the black hat. So be it. But we got to teach our kids, especially our sons, especially if it's the case.
All right, brother. Thank you. All right. Vaughn, you got something to say before I play the video?
No, man, I'm cool. Go ahead and play the video.
We're gonna play the video, man.
We ain't gonna miss the game, right? We're not gonna miss the game today, are we? But
all right, we're gonna shut it down in a little while, y'all. We're gonna shut it down in a little
while.
What
time does the Super Bowl come on?
Just trying to make sure now that
I think it comes on in a half hour, right?
It says 6:30, but that thing ain't all the show and the hoopla. Probably gonna start about 6:45, 7 o'clock.
Okay.
All right. So let me play this one. Patricia, I'll try to get to that other one that you showed me. Let me play this video, man. This is a hard one. Okay, this is a man that got upset at his girlfriend and decided to murk her daughter. That was I think that was his daughter as well. The son wasn't his, it was a stepson. And no, I think the son was his. The son had his name. Yeah, son had his name.
Yeah. The daughter wasn't his. The son was his. I know this case. The daughter and the mother died, but his own son survived.
Yeah. And he tried to murk everybody. And then on top of that, he lit the house on fire. So we're gonna see how black men are thinking about these women.
Evidence is going to show.
This is him defending himself in court. He fired all his lawyers and he said he's going to defend himself. So this is him defending himself in court.
This is the first impression jurors received of Ronnie O'Neal, the Riverview man charged in a gruesome rampage that killed his girlfriend, his young daughter, and nearly killed his 8-year-old son. O'Neal, representing himself, shouted at the jury during his opening statement.
And the evidence is going to show that law enforcement tampered with evidence.
But the state says evidence is indisputable, that the only person responsible for the violent attack on his family is Ronnie O'Neal. And it starts with a 911 call from Kenyatta Barrett, O'Neal's girlfriend.
She made that call with fear in her voice.
Kenyatta can be heard pleading for her life. Prosecutors say by then she'd already been shot. And while the recording continued, they say O'Neal can be heard beating her with a shotgun.
The evidence will show that that was just the beginning. That's just the beginning of what happened this evening.
Investigators say after killing Kenyatta.
Let's get it straight. Any of you guys feel like this situation happening, and you guys feel that this was any of these women's fault or this little kid's fault?
Absolutely not. I mean,
okay. All right. I mean, hey, we were getting accused of saying that we're blaming the victims here, right? So I don't want that to be the thing. I want to make sure that we are, but what do you guys say, Vaughn? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying absolutely not. I mean, it's definitely clear that this young man has some mental issues, some mental concerns.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? They could have just said good morning and possibly he could have snapped. Right. He looks crazy.
He's absolutely bonkers.
So definitely mental illness is an aspect of why these things occur. You can't be in your right mind committing these type of heinous acts. Am I right or wrong, gentlemen?
Yeah, I agree with you. But
somehow that man's father probably wasn't in his life. Shame on his daddy.
Could be a lot of things.
Maybe it was, but the thing about it, whether the father was in his life or not, he came into the understanding that these people they were not worthy of life anymore. He came to that understanding some kind of way. Now the question is, how does he get that understanding? How do so many of our black men get that understanding? Where do they get that understanding from? So I think, we got to look at that. That is a real issue that needs to be addressed as, hey, brother, where'd you get the idea that this black woman or this black girl deserved to be violated like that? Where did you get that idea from? See?
And let me just say, his wife, she wasn't for the streets, y'all. Most of these women that these men are doing this to ain't for the street. These are average working women that are mothers. Did the child deserve to be murked by the black man?
No.
He even tried to murk his own child.
Yeah,
so
but
are we gonna deflect that back on the black mother, or even say that it's because his mother may not have been in his life? Like, what we doing?
No, but let me say this. We know that a lot of young women love to mess with them bad boys. We know this. And and I don't understand it for the world of me. My daughter went through that phase. Why do you what is about a dude that lives life on the edge turns you on? The excitement, but then you have situations like where that lifestyle is thrown in your face.
If it's my understanding, he was not your average bad boy. I think he had served in the military and all these different things.
Oh, okay.
So we cannot paint that picture, because I remember this case profusely. He was not a quote unquote what you would call a bad boy, but obviously there's something psychologically wrong with that brother.
Oh yeah,
right.
But
something
when you said that, you sit there and say, I'm assuming you said that for a reason, like she's not one of those street type girls, right?
Yeah, because I'm saying she wasn't that one that was out there dressing and over sexualizing herself and all of that. She was an average working woman and mother.
Okay. So
that's what I'm saying. But see, because we want to use the paint the pictures of these are the only type of women that's getting murked by men. No, the average woman that's getting murked by men are average mothers that work, that have children. They're not your average women for the streets.
Okay, so this
I
man
just
might
want
have
to be clear about that. Go ahead.
Okay, so this man might have some PTSD. Okay, that's very well possible. Like I say, he was in the military. He could have maybe served in Iraq. I don't know how old the young man is. I don't know. He could have served in some type of battle, and then he just never got right? So that could be the case. But like what I just said a minute ago, let's don't let that fall on deaf ears, because like I said, young ladies like to date them bad boys.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't, because the next video that I sent Bro Krantz is definitely one of a bad boy, but it's still no excuse. Again, it's still no excuse for them killing black women.
No, there's never no excuse for that.
Yeah, nobody's saying.
But what I'm also saying, you also have to look at the big picture, the whole scenario. Not just a one aspect of it.
Okay,
that's what.
And so,
okay.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that only the women that dress like Nicki Minaj and only act like Megan Thee Stallion and do that they're the ones that's getting. I'm saying that is the idea that's going into a lot of these young men's heads, is the fact that there's a free fall and they're waiting to be violated like that. So it doesn't matter how the woman dress. It don't matter. Just the fact that she's a black woman, he may feel like, well, she's probably one of these women, or just because she's a black woman, she's not worthy of protection. Who's gonna come and protect her? She's nothing. She's nobody. And she probably is in line with Nicki Minaj and all of that. So that's my point, is that it doesn't matter. Unfortunately,
somebody mute up, because there's some awful background noise. I was getting ready to say it's Diamond up here.
and so unfortunately it will fall on all women. All women will take that hit, right? It's just like us as black men when we have these dudes that do this dirty stuff, right? And then you try to talk to you'll try to be a nice person, a good person to a sister that you're trying to go out with, and she won't even be able to connect with you because of something this other cat did in her past, right? And you like, man, it's a shame. It's a good sister, man, but she's still back there. She's stuck on that. And so she views everybody like that. Even though I ain't dressing like this dude, I don't look like this dude, nothing. But she just views every man like that, right? And so that's when you get that thinking process where everybody's like Princella, right? She been done bad by so many black men that she just feel like all men are this way. I'm not
okay. We ain't going on the Princella. We ain't gonna get on it. Let's not go there.
That type of thinking process can enter into black men's heads where they think all black women are looking to be violated. That is the idea. They have to accept that first before they take the violence into actually carrying it out, right? No matter if they have this issue or that issue or mental issues or bipolar, whatever, they have to at some point accept that doing violence to a black woman or a black girl is okay. It's not really a big deal, right? They have to accept that theory. So,
Brooklyn, did you play the whole tape of this? Because I have got off the panel and then came back up.
No. I didn't play the whole tape because all I wanted to do is show the situation where the man not only murked his wife, murked his girlfriend, murked her daughter, tried to murk his own son, and he lit the house on fire. And
the son survived and had to testify against his own father. He bravely did it. That young man bravely did it.
This how crazy that man was. He brought his son on the stand and he questioned the son because he's acting like as his attorney. He questioned the son. He said, "Son, how you doing?" He said, "I'm all right." He said, "Son, who did this?" He said, "You did it." He said, "How you know I did it?" He said, "I saw you do it." I mean, he made his son go through that whole rigmarole. I think he got 3 life sentences.
Now you tell me that's not somebody that's sick, evil, and twisted.
Of course.
And these are the type of brothers that is doing these things. That's why I'm saying I'm just saying that is why we didn't answer the question when we talked about these type of incident when it comes to black men murking, black women. It's because these are the issues that they face, that we in our community we not addressing these type of issues.
But my juxtaposition is that they don't come out the womb like that. They come into that type of knowledge, and then the systematic.
Well, I'll say this for him, it could have been ongoing, as he got old and progressed. Because, bro, he's psycho. That's psychopathic, and sometimes psychopathic psychopaths. Yeah, there's something wrong with their brain, so they can be born that way. Now, sociopaths, narcissistic personality disorder, those are created by said trauma and things of that nature. But psychopaths, when the scientists looked into the brain of the psychopath, there's something wrong with the wiring of their brain. So that's the difference. And I would say that this dude is absolutely psychopath, just based off of his behavior.
I would think that his type of thinking process, just mental issues, would be on the other end of the spectrum. It wouldn't be on the majority end of the spectrum. I think he would be a minority in the group of guys that's doing type of stuff. He would be a minority. The overwhelming, in my opinion, the overwhelming amount of men are just emotional, and they have come to the realization that black women are just not worthy of protection. But before we go forward, y'all, we got another video. But first, before we do that, we got to get Sister Annie in here. One of y'all did something, so she's going to be here. Excuse me.
Hey, y'all. First, let me say
going
happy
on?
anniversary, Vaughn.
Thank you. Thank you. 22 years, ladies and gentlemen.
First of all, this is a heavy subject.
Yeah.
Just all the way around the board. And what I will say is none of us on this panel will have the exact answer for every situation that happens. There's just no way to do that. And all we can do is just give our best guesstimation, and share our experiences. I think everybody on this panel has historically demonstrated that when they answer a question, that they answer it with integrity. And each of the men on this panel, I feel like, have always proven to be men that are wanting to step in the gaps and help young men and help fill that space, that maybe some young boys that don't have dads, that they're willing to step in. So I thank all y'all for that. And I thank y'all for your answers, because sometimes some of the answers that we receive, they're not cute. They're not, they don't have bells and whistles on them, because any reason that a person would give for why they took a woman's life, it's not going to be justifiable to me unless it was self-defense. And there was just no way for them to get out of there. So no answer is going to be a cute answer. Like with this gentleman that we're looking at the video right now, I think that I heard either in the video or one of y'all say that he was in the military. We can't escape also the possibility that people that have been and seen certain things while they've been in service, maybe war and stuff like that. You don't know how that has traumatized and how people have PTSD. So things can be that also. You don't think how people have grown up, whether it's in a single home, whether it's in a home with two parents, because if you're in a home with two parents and they're not healthy and they're violent, and the way that they resolve things is through violence, that's what they know. That's what they're going to gravitate to. We can't run away from the fact that, because I have some female friends that sometimes their mouth and how they get up in a man's face, I don't even understand it. I know it's hard for those men to just, sit there and take that. So there are so many different dynamics of what can make what we would see as, hey, that could have been peacefully resolved, that someone else said, no, this is the only way that I was going to resolve this. So, I'm glad that we are expressing and sharing all of those possible reasons why, because we can't run away from any of those possibilities. All we can do is, how are we able to maybe pour into some man? And, men, I think that y'all are, definitely in a great position, and probably the best position. But I know sometimes as a woman that I've calmed a man down too. So we just have to figure out ways that we can use or be used to help give people, what's the word I want to look for? Peaceful ways of resolution, because that's what it is. We got to learn how to be okay with rejection, because if somebody's rejected, some people walk away, some people get frustrated, cuss the person out, want to smack them and degrade them and stuff. So we have to learn how to be peaceful in how we resolve matters. And however either of us and anybody listening is able to be peaceful in that, I'm just encouraging us all to do that. But that's all I want to say.
All right, y'all. This girl keep bugging me about this video, so we're gonna watch this video, man. Let's see. Let me start right here.
It's a mess. I had that Glock 17 and that 25 caliber that night that killed Daquan. I did that at 2010 Halloween.
At around 8 a.m. on January 20th, 2024, officers from the Baltimore County Police Department were called to a property in the Arbutus area to report of a domestic assault. When they arrived, it was discovered that this wasn't just a normal case, but rather a hostage situation. A man had been holding 3 juveniles and an adult female against their will. When officers attempted to contact the hostage taker, he refused to cooperate, telling authorities that he was willing to have a shootout with them instead. To make matters worse, the adult female had been stabbed by the hostage taker and was bleeding out on the floor. That isn't the only disturbing piece of information to come out of this incident, though. You see, the hostage taker, Antonio Hart, went live on Instagram to capture what had gone down and revealed that he was responsible for multiple murders.
I don't see nothing. Why must all good is down on Instagram Live? Why must all good down on Instagram Live? Long live George, hoorah.
Now he in the house with his woman and 3 children. He done already stabbed his woman. She's bleeding out on the floor, and the 3 kids are there as well.
What do smart chiropractors and doctors do when they get joint pain? See,
You please kindly get away from my house. I do not want to open fire on you. Get the fuck away from the door. You're going to die too. I have a 100-round drum, AK-47 in here, and everybody going to die. The revolution must be televised. Get the fuck away from my house, bitch. I'm tired of 12. I'm tired of y'all harassing me and oppressing me. Y'all been doing this my whole life since 98, since I was 6 years old. I'm ready to die, surround the house, do whatever y'all going to do. Y'all going to die. Listen, no, I'm not going to open the door. And if you come and try to use force at the door, I'm going to shoot. So step off the porch, officer. Please step off the porch, officer. Get me a hostage negotiator here now. This is live. Antonio Hunt is going to die. Get the police. You got the camera. I'm fucking tired of y'all shit. Y'all fuck my household up, bro. Y'all fuck my household up. Get the I'm about to shoot him. I'm about to shoot him. Everybody ready to die, dummy. I'm ready to die today, Monty. I love you, cuz. I love you, cuz. I stabbed myself through the heart. You hear me? 12 out here, they got my surrounded. I'm ready to let it hit on 12 on Instagram, y'all. I'm ready to let it hit on 12, y'all, on Instagram, y'all.
Okay, Patrice, is there a particular place? We see what he's doing. Is there a particular place that I can zoom to? Because I want to play a whole 14-minute video. So
you could just go just scroll up, and we can just cover as much as possible until you get close to the end. You don't have to do the whole thing. So basically it was a standoff. He had a standoff with the police for a while. And his kid's mother was there laying on the ground bleeding out because he had stabbed her already, and he threatened, of course, to unalive the children. But I don't know the rest of the part with this, because when it ended, he had actually ended up doing self-deletion. So that was the end result of that, basically. But you can just skim through it. But this is the state of where we at. And also, he admitted on this live, because he's live on Instagram, to multiple murks that somebody else is in prison for. If y'all didn't pay attention when it first came on, he admitted to one murk. He's going to admit to another one. So he actually was a serial murker.
I killed him too up the apartments playing games, came through the lake playing games, stepped on his ass, came through, let off shots, ain't hit me, double back in 48 minutes and killed the dummy. You hear me? Stepped on him. Old die at them, try to say I read it. So I walked my side, he threw the alley and Rambo court and gave his little 10 shots in his head too. Boom, 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 boom. Then I stood over him, dummy. Boom, 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 boom. Talking about. Then I went, dummy, I'm dead, dummy. I'm dead. Then I went down Calhoun Street. And I killed like 3 niggas down there. You feel me? Yes, money. Make sure this shit gets out. You got that's doing time sentence for shit that I didn't did. You feel me? Cool. I still doing business for the hood. Doing time behind me. But I'm gonna go out with a bang today and I ain't gonna leave nobody behind, bro. No guys far behind. I feel bad. It hurt me to my heart. Sterling Matt, he was doing a life sentence behind his fucking dog. He ain't no shit that what I did with that rod. Yeah.
Okay, I think we got the idea, Patrice. I think we got the idea.
Yeah, that's basically the idea.
Okay. So I think we all agreed that there are men out there doing stuff, and all the violence and everything that some of our men, some of our brothers out there doing. I think we all agreed that that's horrendous, right? I don't think there's any one of us that's making no excuses for it or anything like that.
Brother Clarence, I'm sorry, just real quick. Did I hear him say that they've been messing with him since he was 6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I heard him say
Yep.
that.
Yep.
So
That's
now
what he said.
let me ask y'all this, okay? What do you think at 6 that he's talking about? We're not going to ever know, right? Because he's not here. What do you think could be something that he experienced at the age of 6 that makes him feel like people are against him and don't want him here? At 6.
Yeah, it could have been violated. Could have been violated at the age of 6.
Good point.
I don't know. I sound like he might have been directing that towards the police because that's who he's supposed to be talking to. Out
He
the window.
was,
So
because he said, "Y'all, you're right."
Yeah. So maybe he experienced police harassment.
Okay.
He's seen some of his boys or somebody in his household be harassed, been pulled over, maybe hemmed up, sitting on the curb, or they came through and did a sweep, and he witnessed and experienced that. I don't know. I'm just assuming, but it sounds like it possibly something like he's been harassed by the police a few times. So.
And the only reason that I ask is because when we're talking about like what we see at the end, when we're saying the why could be this that leads up to that, right? So, where can, that's where we try to figure out where can we intercede or what can be changed, what can make the shift, right? Because he said 6. That might be something that when we're talking about like the why, that's one why. Whatever that thing was when he was 6 that he held on to until I don't know what age he was, but until he was 20 or 30 years old, he's still feeling like, oh, this is what y'all do to me. This is how I get to react. I don't have to play by the law. I don't have to abide by what's right. And he learned that at 6. You know what I'm saying? That's not something that, like, at least from that perspective, I didn't hear like a woman play a role in that, but that could be something. So sorry. I just wanted to, because the whys range is such a huge range of the whys. And all we can do is try to work on the ones that we can identify. But.
Yeah, Sister Annie, and he also said in the video, if y'all heard it, he said that they had been messing with his household too. So he sounds like he's been troubled ever since he was a kid, right? And started getting in trouble or having trouble with the law as early as the age of 6, maybe just even, going through some trauma probably within the household, right? Being in the environment he was in, growing up in the hood or whatever, and experiencing violence in that way, and then getting in trouble as a teenager, with the police, probably back and forth with the law. And then now he's a young man, because he don't look no more than at best in his 20s, late 20s, early 30s, if that. And, and the end result. But if you pay attention to some of the things that he said, and now he knows that he don't even care about him living anymore, right? And he's confessing all these other crimes, all these other murders he's committed, and where his friends actually is in prison for these murders. So not only was he did what he did at home to the girlfriend, which is the mother of his children, who's laying on the floor, because it's part of that video where you could still hear her talking, but she's still trying to like talk him down, but she's literally bleeding out, where he had murked her and said he'll murk the kids and take himself out. But I think in the end, and this is all live on Instagram, but I think in the end he only ended up murking himself. That's why I wanted you to roll towards the end so we could see what the end results was. Kind of a little bit broke hands because I can't remember per se, but it's just horrible. It's just horrible, horrific.
Well, we got this. Shout out to Marcus, by the way. We got this other video that Patrice wanted to watch. This is the other one. And we're gonna this is gonna be our last video because we gotta start wrapping stuff up, y'all. All right. Let me play this one real quick.
And Brother Clarence, next week we're gonna review Snap. Okay. You know the series called Snapped.
Oh, we're gonna review Snapped.
Yeah, next week. Gonna do. Well, okay, we're talking about the men murking, but the women, they do it too now.
No.
Oh no! I'm just saying.
Just a minute. No.
I'm messing with you, man.
No, they do.
We'll review. We review some stuff.
I'm messing with you.
We'll review some stuff, right? Because
and when we do the women, when we do the women, watch how many we gonna have in the chat and on the panel that want to come up then.
Then they're gonna tell you crazy.
Look, we can't win, Brother Clarence. You can't win.
You're making excuses. All right, here we go, y'all. Here we go. That look like some good fish, though. That fish look like kind of good right about now.
My baby, I love him. I love him so much.
This one's for couples. 13 embarrassing questions.
Hold on. How many years you guys think that she has on him? Looks like about at least 10, right?
14. 14.
All right.
Does it say, brother Clarence? Does it tell you how old she was than him?
I saw the story before. She's older, but I forgot how old. How
much? Yeah, I don't think it's by that much though.
Yeah, I think she was at least 10 years older than him. All right, let's continue, y'all. Let's continue.
Who overthinks everything? Who showers less? Who is always eating? Who has a nicer butt? Who is more possessive? Who drools more? Who is a better driver? Who curses more? Who always sleeps in? Who is always on their phone? Who has the worst singing voice? Who takes the most selfies? Who is the lawbreaker?
Evil exists in this world. Trust no one.
This is the story of Deshae Stevenson, a kind, vivacious, driven woman who fell for a covert narcissist and was murdered, then dumped in the street. The story takes us to Dallas, Texas, a modern metropolis known for its many attractions, including the Reunion Tower, the Dallas Museum of Art, Dallas World Aquarium, the American Airlines Sports Center, beautiful sceneries, and numerous eateries that will keep your taste buds buzzing. Deshae grew up in a small, close-knit family in Dallas, Texas, where she was showered with love and attention, and was
Wait
taught
a minute.
the meaning of
Wait, you mean she wasn't for the street? She wasn't for the street? What? Okay, keep going.
We don't know that yet, Patrice. Patrice, sit down, Patrice. We don't know.
She wasn't for the street.
We don't know that yet.
After graduating Atlanta High School, Deshae started her own business because she knew that owning her own business was the way to secure herself and family financially. She tried her hand at several businesses before sticking with retail clothing and accessories, as that yielded more profits and was more fulfilling for her. Like a lot of new business owners, Deshae started selling from her apartment. But as the demand for her clothing increased and she consistently added new merchandise, expanding the variety to include men's clothing, as well as handbags, eyelashes, and more. She opened up a storefront and then in May 2022 got herself a bigger spot to accommodate her growing merchandise. With her sister Jasmine by her side, she was able to do much more. She had completed her tax course in 2021 and joined forces with unlimited taxes and more, and was extending her business prowess because she had goals and always work at improving and up-leveling herself financially. Deshae was very business savvy, wearing her clothing pieces and showing them off on social media every chance she got, and she had the perfect body to show off her pieces. Almost everything she wore, she sold. And there is no doubt she was destined to be the successful businesswoman she was. And she was just scratching the surface of what she could accomplish in her lifetime. She had a beautiful 17-year-old daughter, Maya, who means the world to her, and a wonderful mom she caretakes for, who unfortunately had a stroke and was partially paralyzed. Deshe had a big heart and she loved hard. She was not afraid to share her time, money, or anything of value to her with the people she loves most. Unfortunately, she loved and shared her heart with the wrong man. A man who has never been loved, has no idea what love is, and was incapable of giving love. His name is Michael Smith. Deshe met and fell in love with Michael, aka Miracle Measy, a few years back, and was looking forward to spending forever with him. However, in 2016, he got into some trouble with the law and was arrested, charged, convicted, and sentenced to 5 years in prison, which puts Deshe's forever with him on hold. She stood by him throughout his time in prison, visiting him as often as she could, and as soon as he was due to get out on May 17, 2021, she went and got him at the prison.
Yeah, they got my.
Okay. Question. I'm not saying she for the streets, but
look more like he was for the streets. Well, obviously he got into some trouble with the law. I was hoping they was saying what was it for, but they didn't. But he did 5 years, and she was right there waiting on him when he got out. So they were together prior to. Then he get in trouble and he goes to jail for 5 years. I don't know what it was for though. That was the thing. So yeah.
But wouldn't it be a clue or a flag if you're with somebody and they go to prison? I mean, wouldn't you kind of rethink what's going on?
Yeah, well, of course, but again, depending on what he went for, because some people don't leave their loved ones. And say if they went for tax evasion or some type of non-violent crime, sometimes they do be there when they get out. They stand by their side. So again, that's why I was saying I wish I knew what it was he went to prison for. Because if it was a violent crime, I think that would have made a world of a difference. Because I know I've seen people all the time that don't leave their loved one or spouse if they don't haven't done a violent crime.
Do you do that much time if it was taxes, would it be another type of prison in that?
Well, it would be federal, but again, it still could be a nonviolent crime. I don't know. That's why I was hoping that somewhere in the video it says what did he do 5 years for.
So let me ask it. So for reasons that you think that would have been valid reasons for her to leave, would only have be that if it's violent, like if he was in there for drugs, if he in there for aggravated assault or some kind of assault, like would you say that those are things
violent.
Like you would recommend? I'm giving a list. So like I'm saying drugs, right? Because drugs is not violent, but like drugs, violence. You're saying if it was any of those reasons, you would say that you would have probably, if that was your daughter, recommended that she not wait for that or deal with that kind of guy. Would you say?
No, I'm saying that there are cases where women or men in partnerships or marriages do not leave said partner or marriage because it's a non-violent crime. I didn't say I would.
No, I'm asking you if that was your daughter and she was with a man that was in prison for 5 years for something violent or drugs, would you recommend that she not be with that guy? That's what
I would recommend that my daughter or son move on with their life. But that don't mean
she's a girl. So
that don't mean they're gonna do it because that's what I advise them to do, though. But I personally would advise them to move on with their life because 5 years is a long time. But obviously, she waited on him.
I was just asking what you, as a mother of a daughter, would recommend to your daughter? Not that
Oh
we all
yeah,
understand that
and I just answered what I would do.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I just answered it.
Mm-hmm.
So can I respond?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, she's for the streets.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Well, he got locked up in prison. This wasn't the first time he probably had run in with the law. It's normal not to get locked up in prison. So for him to go to prison, I don't care for what if it's a violent crime or non-violent crime. Why would you stick with a criminal? Because you're a criminal now. Going to prison, you're a criminal. I wouldn't recommend no woman if it is tax evasion. He's a criminal. If you do a criminal thing, take a penitentiary, you don't love me enough to do some shit like that to take care of, protect your family, protect me as your wife or your girlfriend, whatever the relationship is. You don't give a shit about me. I don't need to be with you. I don't need to be with you. So yeah, she's for the streets because she's right there waiting for him to get out. Probably put money.
Let me ask you, Hank, would you be would you be done with your child or daughter if they went to prison for a nonviolent crime? Would you be done with them?
Would I be done with my son or my daughter if they went to prison for? Yes, I would.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's easy. I think it's easy to say that. I really think it's easy to say that, especially for a nonviolent.
I told my son, you get locked up, I'm leaving.
I think it's easy, y'all saying that up there.
No. I said, your mama probably come get your punk ass out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave you in there.
I agree with Hank in there. We go. Yeah.
Being honest, I wouldn't
I will
cut
leave
him off.
you in the damn jail. Get locked up. You got to get that lesson. Let that lesson be learned.
I'm not coming to see you every weekend, but
No,
definitely
hell
I'm
no.
not.
I'm not putting shit on your goddamn books. Work at the child wagon. I'll mop up, piss off the goddamn floor for all I care. You shouldn't have been there.
Yeah. I agree with Hank. I agree with Hank because especially if you're a father and you're raising your children and you speaking to them and showing them to be the best that they can be, and they decide to go against all of your teachings, then they have to live through that experience. Because when you go to prison, the whole family go to prison. If you running up and down that damn highway, putting money on the books, accepting all them damn phone calls, you in prison too. And if
I didn't say they shouldn't deserve to spend their time in prison for the crime they commit. I asked you all, would y'all throw them away and be done with them?
Well, I also believe that while you there by yourself. I ain't coming to see you. I ain't writing no letters of encouragement because I was
when they get out of prison, would you be done with your child?
When they get out, they go to that halfway house and they're going to show a period of time that they can be trusted. You can't. And that's just, I think for me, I think most men feel that way, especially a man that's on the square working, trying to provide, and a child decides to go left against the teachings, then you're accepting it. And I'll say in this case right here, who's to say if it was tax that she didn't benefit from that? So that's a reason for her to wait. You know, I'm not saying she didn't have her businesses, but it takes quite a bit of revenue to start some things. And, you know, the way these people think today, they always in the scheming and scamming. So
they may say why later down the line, but let's find out, because I think y'all prejudging her to saying she did something illegal to get her business started.
No. Let me say this.
For her to even live, you know, to even stay with that mindset, you know what I'm saying? It says a lot about who the person's character is. Now, her family background could be totally different, but a lot of these people are choosing to go this way. They choose.
Oh, absolutely. It's a choice. Absolutely.
So
I agree.
So once you choose it, that's what you are.
Where's the boy?
Let me say this as a father too.
Picking them up? Why his parents picking them up? Because they already know this ain't his first time. This ain't.
Well, he's grown, so why would his parents pick him up? He grown.
Oh, OJ was grown, but his mom, his decrepit ass mama was up for the bird trial.
That's because he ain't have no woman. That's because he didn't have no woman or no wife. He didn't have no woman or no wife. No, he didn't.
OJ had one of them good old beautiful snow bunny on his side.
But
when he got home.
But he didn't marry her until after he got out.
But they're not married either, though, OG.
But let me say
right. But I'm saying his girlfriend wasn't there, his mama was. That's the difference. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me say this, because I feel different than Hank and Trey on this one. On this one, I wouldn't
throw your child away.
I wouldn't throw my son. No, I wouldn't throw. Now I would do like Trey. Now I agree with Trey. You can't just move back in. Now you gotta show a period of time that you serious about changing. Because if you're coming out just to play games, I can't have you in here in the house with me. But what I will say is, yes, I would not throw my son, but I would not expect other people to see it that way. I would not say, well, I didn't throw him away, so you gotta, look at him as he's not. You got to be willing to give him another chance. I can't say that because other people probably might not want to give him a chance just because he got a record. So it just depends. For me, I'm gonna always try to encourage him to do better until at the point where I realize, no matter what I say, he gonna do it. Then I will cut him loose. He don't have to be in prison. Once I recognize that he just not gonna do it. Okay, go have at it, brother. Do you? Okay, I'm gonna do me. You do you. But I wouldn't just cut him off just because he went to prison, because we all can make a bad decision and end up in prison. So I'm not gonna say that. Depending on what we did, depending on what they did.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I was about to say. Depending on what I can agree with having some type of remorse for him over a period of time, but he has to show a change.
Agreed.
Now, if there's no change being shown, and now he's being locked up again,
that's it.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to see.
That was on you, but next time it's on me.
All right, y'all.
Yeah, I definitely want to see. Yeah, okay. All right,
let's get back to the video because we're gonna watch about maybe 3 or 4 minutes of it, and then
I may have to leave soon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vaughn. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying I may have to leave soon. I don't know how much longer we're going. Not trying to rush anybody, but
fine. You ain't got no life. Stop.
Well, I know you got. I know you got at least 15 with me because
we married.
All right, brother Hank. I hear you now.
we married men, man. We don't have no life on. You know that, right? All right, here we go. Wow. He opened the door for him and everything.
Man, that heifer for the streets, man.
She for the streets, ain't?
Damn, look at her. She opened the door like it was. Oh Lord. Me too. She might go buckle his seatbelt up too. Jesus Christ. I can't hear you.
And she must be just raised. She just ghetto raised. That's all.
Okay. What she say, Mike? She said have a good trip. We're gonna try to have a good trip. It's a long way back. What's up, cousin? Yeah, I got him. I got him. Yep. Yes. I'm finna fly back home. Cause my finna eat steaks and shit. You gonna have to pull up today. It's a bunch of drunk shit going on in the house. I'm finna take them to his mama first time.
Okay, y'all. I can't.
She belongs to the streets.
I can't.
She belongs to the streets. Okay, now, bro, you can scroll it. Scroll it close to where he started acting away, and then towards the end.
Where is he acting away, Patrice?
Just go I don't know. Just go as close towards the end as you can, because this video is like
for his birthday.
Oh, yeah.
And again, she lauded him.
Okay.
And she gave him $10,000 cash.
Oh yeah, I remember this story.
Yeah. You got the girl. And you leave, baby. We turn up. We just ate breakfast.
Okay, here. What about here?
Started out doing what she knows best and caring for him from the goodness of her heart.
Are you really happy? Really was shows.
But she was not okay with him taking over her life, telling her what to do. what not to do, where to go, where not to go, who to associate with, and who not to associate with, accusing her of cheating when he was the one cheating, and taking in all she was pouring out and not pouring anything back into her. She was done. But he wasn't having it. Michael expected Deshay to stay with him forever, or until he say when, because he knew that she loved him. But all good things must come to an end when there are two people involved and only one is benefiting. But she had to tread lightly. He was the main recipient of her greatness in every way. So why would he want to let her go? Why would he want to let her go and be that greatness to someone else? He'd rather she be dead if he could not continue to be the beneficiary of all that she was giving. So on October 24, 2023, after they had been arguing back and forth in the last few days, and Deshay was adamant she wanted the divorce, he told her to meet him at his father's housing complex so they could talk about it. But he just wanted to ask her one more time if she's really going to leave him before taking her out. If her answer was yes. He had been using PCP in the moments before asking her to meet him, because that was how he coped with anything serious he had to deal with. Deshay was hesitant to meet up with him, but narcissists can be very convincing, and considering the love she still had for him, she agreed to meet with him. Upon arriving there, she got out of her car and went into his. He immediately started begging her not to leave him, and making the same promises he made in the past few months when she mentioned divorce. But Deshay was over the marriage at this point and wanted out, so she said yes. She had to leave for her own sanity and her daughter's sake because she deserved the same love and attention she was giving. He then began to drive off, and Deshay was instantly worried, asking him where they were going. But he didn't.
Let's stop it right here. I don't want to get flagged by YouTube. All right, so
sounds
so
like a horror movie.
Yeah, he pretty much just pulled her in the car. He got her to get in the car. He drove off to a secluded place, murked her, and then threw her out on the street, right? And all of this because he couldn't take the rejection, or he couldn't take the thought of another man getting the benefits that he was getting. He couldn't take that. He'd rather her, not be here than to do that. All right, y'all, we're going to talk about this. Let's get some closing remarks. We'll go to you, Lucky. You, Lucky. I'll let you come up here. You get some closing remarks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to wait until you can say if I can I can join you right now or not, but I just want to say something about this.
Okay,
First of all, what the hell?
Well, we got a problem out here.
It's
I said we have a problem out here with this kind of stuff going on.
If like I said in the comments, that's already a red alert that he was in jail and she has a child.
Agreed.
So it's one thing to do some dumb stuff and to make her in danger, but to put also the child in danger.
Oh man. Okay, I didn't know that everybody hit the field tray. All right, so here. No, it's the Super Bowl Sunday, Pagoda, in America.
Oh, okay. Enjoy your football.
Yeah, we gotta get out of here, you guys. We gotta get out of here. All right, this is what we're gonna do, man. Everybody just give some closing remarks. Let's wrap your thing up with the closing remarks, and then we're gonna be up out of here. All right, let's start. Let's go. Hink, Trey, and then Hink, Trey will go to, and then we'll take everybody else as they come.
All right. My closing remark is, black man, protect yourself at all times, man. Do what you need to do. Get on somebody's couch or somebody's meeting. Get your mind right. Get a full physical, A1C in order, blood work on heart disease and diabetes is one of the biggest killers among black men. So do what you got to do. Men of ages of me, Trey, brother Clarence, and brother Vaughn, man, we need to do what we need to do as far as getting our colonoscopy checked and our prostate checked. Yeah. Colon cancer is a mother, man. It's definitely dangerous. So definitely do what you got to do. Thanks, brother Clarence, for having me. I appreciate you, brother, and y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Be great.
Wait a minute, Hank.
All right, Hank. Thanks.
When's the next time we can see you, Hank?
I will be on Monday, and we will be doing a wrap-up show on my sports talk in the basement on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, and to all my brothers and sisters out there in the West, 4 p.m. Pacific.
All right, thank you. If you haven't already subscribed to Hink the Basement, go check him out, Hink the Basement, man. They're going to be armchair quarterbacking tomorrow night, man. So go over there and check them out. Thank you, Brother Hink. Appreciate you, brother. All right,
right
man.
on.
Right on, man. Brother Hink is a good dude, man. If you get a chance, go over there and check him out, man. He don't even agree with me all the time, but definitely a good dude, man. All right, Trey, let's get some last remarks from you, brother.
All right, so they're saying the national anthem. So I'm gonna say this: since Hink spoke on the men, I'm gonna speak on the ladies. Ladies, protect yourself at all times.
Yes.
And as we see, these are critical times where a lot of young adults are unstable. So you have to be more aware of your surroundings, be more aware of the people that you are getting into these relationships with. Learn a little bit about their background before you just start spreading the cheeks and moving them in. See what their friends are like, see what the family members are like, ask tough questions about family, mother, father, drugs, if they've been with the same sex or whatever. You have to ask these questions. And in a situation where you've had a disagreement with a male and he calls you over, never go alone. Take somebody. And if they got to have the pole in secrecy, take somebody. Don't go alone. Don't assume that he won't do nothing. Because if he's unstable or worried about you leaving him, more than likely he will do something. So just be more careful. I don't care. Put trackers on your phones. Don't worry about it. And if you ain't doing nothing underhanded, then let somebody track you, know where you are at all times. This is just the times we're in. It's just unfortunate. A lot of our sisters are leaving us prematurely. Same as men. We losing regardless of who's to blame. We at the bottom of all of it. And we just have to find a way to work out of it. I have a 21-year-old son, man, and I'm a little nervous for him, man. Just, I'm not worried about him so much. I'm just worried about those that are out there who may feel a little bit of jealousy or envy or just in an unstable place. So until then, man, we just got to do better. Appreciate you, Brother Clarence.
Brother Trey. Appreciate
All right, Brother Trey.
All right, Brother Trey, man.
All right, that's Brother Trey. Another good dude, man. Another good dude. All right, Pagoda.
Well, I see that you jumped from one military guy to another. Yeah. Well, it was nice that you brought in somebody from that was also in a military, maybe a different military, but still.
Rico was in the military too.
Oh, okay, nice. First of all, Van, I hope that you saw what I wrote to you. Like Clarence said, he can give you my email.
I'll get it to him.
Yes, just saying to him. Van, do you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, but in any case, I hope that you are all safe in there. And you said that where I am in right now is scary. It looks like you're living in some kind of a GTA horror movie.
Yeah, man, it's really bad.
First of all, we need to say that you don't date somebody that has a record or been in jail. This woman, first of all, the authority should have taken the child of this woman.
For them to prove themselves to not want to continue to follow that lifestyle. I think that should be. I mean, if you're gonna, I'm not saying you shouldn't date somebody that's been to prison, but there should be a time period. If they get out, don't jump right away into their lap. I mean, it should be a time period where they have to prove themselves, in my opinion.
Well, let me tell you something, Clarence. My parents will put me down if they will. If I will tell them that I'm dating same woman that is involved with people that are in prison or even with that they are not in the head. Okay. So
I agree. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, my parents will take me down if I will ever say something close to that. But I'm not in general. I'm not putting myself, in the context with people that have been in prison or in something.
Right.
And let's say I want to address to the lady in the channel in here with us. Annie, keep don't do any dumb stuff like those crazy ladies. Okay?
Are you crazy? Sister Annie's not gonna do nothing like that.
No. I said that she will not do any. I told her not to do any stuff like those ladies.
Yeah. Plus,
not
she knows
to date with people.
Yeah, I'll come and fuss at her, so she won't do it. She won't do it.
Brother Clarence will be on a flight.
Yes, I'm just telling her. There's a lot of from what you show in those videos. There's a lot of ladies that they act with from their that they don't use their brain when they are in love.
Yeah,
stuff.
Definitely.
Yeah, it will be a shame that I will need to buy a ticket to the USA to go smack the people that will do something to you. Right?
Oh,
Annie?
now it's not only me, it's not only Vaughn, it's not only Rico, it's not only Bolo. Now Pagoda's on that airplane flight. Okay, all right.
No, I will need to buy. Actually, I will need to buy 2 airplanes to the USA. One to Spain and one to the west. How you call it? The East Coast.
Come on, Pagoda, we got to wrap up.
But in any case, but seriously, be safe. Don't do any dumb stuff. And like I said, don't date a person with that has problems like this with the police.
I have to agree with you on that.
Yeah, but Clarence, you forgot one thing to ask in all of this. Where is the extended family? Where is the grandparents, the cousins?
Haven't you been watching any of my videos? I already said the extended family has been removed from the Black experience in dating in America. The extended family has been removed. By the time the family finds out about the person that the other person is dating, they've been having casual sex for 6 months, 8 months, or whatever. That's when the family finds out. Whereas before, the family would help you in the family would kick the tires on the person right away and say no.
And here it's the opposite. And here the family is in their they putting their noses in your life.
Well, I mean, the family used to be involved in the dating process. The family's not involved anymore, at least in the Black community. It's not involved
Not in the dating process, but you sooner or later show them. For example,
yeah, I know, but by the time the family sees them, this person has already made, like they're too involved to recognize when the family says, this person, he got some problems here. But by that time, Annie's like, but I love him, Clarence. I love him, right? Because she's been, spending frequent time with him. How about that? Let's just say it like that, right?
Yeah.
So that's what's going on in our community. That's why a lot of stuff is going down. But Pagoda, we got to wrap up.
Yeah, Clarence. Also, I'm sorry that I'm taking too long, but I have another one question before I leave and go to sleep. Don't you have a center in your communities that with kids after school that they can go to,
yeah.
So instead of letting them go away, what?
We had a lot of that. It's not as much anymore. We used to have a lot of different programs, and there was a president, Ronald Reagan, in the 80s. He cut a lot of that budget and gave it to his buddies in the real estate and secondary real estate market, but that's another story. That's another story. That's what fell in George Bush's lap, Senior. But that's another story. So
when I was a child, and my mom didn't.
Listen. To answer your question, we now have more kids and less programs, right?
But I'm not talking about a program, Grant. I'm talking about if you have some kind of building that you can put what? I'm going to search how it's called in English, and then I will send you some how it's look at least here.
That would be better.
It's called here Moadonit or Matnas if you want to be accurate. but I'm going to see how it's called in English.
We gotta go.
Yeah, see ya. Be safe, guys.
All right, we gotta go. All right, thank you for going. All right, y'all. We gotta wrap up. We gotta get out of here. The team's on the field and everything. We gotta get out of here. All right. Whoever's gonna go, who's gonna go? Let's do it.
I can go. That's fine. This was a great conversation. Like I said, it was definitely heavy. I pray for men to have a better grasp of their reactions, of their behavior. Seek help when it's not something that you can naturally do. It's not a bad thing to feel the way you feel, but you can't react the way that you feel. So just find a safe place for you to go and express that to someone and find different avenues of relieving your stress and different avenues of where you can, I know like for me, I had to do something physical. So like kickboxing was like good for me. I just wanted to punch something. So, take up kickboxing, go do something that you can just kind of express that frustration where it's not on an individual or an animal. So, and women definitely in places where you can have more discernment, definitely do that, because we want to be, it's easy to just say, oh, someone should not hit me, right? I wish everyone believed in that and stood on that, but everybody doesn't. So I have to be mindful of people that don't walk in that same kind of integrity and honor when they get frustrated and say, hey, you know what? This conversation is getting a little heated. Let's step away from this for a second because I don't know how he's going to really respond or, so I just say that we all have discernment, that we be there for people when somebody's crying out for help, try to listen. And if you're not able to help in a conversation or, just be able to share the resources that you're aware of or seek guidance from other people to find those resources. But this was a great topic. And you can drop me down, but this was really good.
All right. Thank you, sis. Appreciate you.
All right, sis. See ya. Love you.
I love you, sis. All right.
Let's
go, Vaughn.
Listen, yeah,
you can let Vaughn go because I know y'all want to get to the game.
I know Patrice. Patrice is going to be long-winded anyway. So
I know, man. If she trying to play it off like it's going to be you or me, it's going to be her.
Well, listen, I think she may go well into halftime before you guys are done.
God.
But anyway, no, I'm just playing. I love you, Patrice. I love you.
For real, Vaughn. That's what we doing, bro. That's what we doing.
No, listen.
I'm glad somebody else can see it other than me, Vaughn. Thank you.
Man, but very alarming, man. Very, 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 very alarming.
To say the least.
6 times more likely to be murdered. And, right away, my mind doesn't go to, well, it's her fault. My mind doesn't automatically go to that space. I want to know why. What's going on? What's happening here? Because every scenario that's permitted, it's not her fault. You know what I'm saying? And in these spaces, man, listen, we the way that a lot of these platforms are ran, the woman is the culprit, no matter what it is. You see what I'm saying? Come on, man. We need to stop doing that. And I'm not ashamed to say that I love the Black woman, that I believe that she should be respected and revered. I'm not ashamed to say it. Many may disagree with that. My wife is a Black woman. My mother is a beautiful Black woman. I grew up around beautiful Black women in my family. You see what I'm saying? Women who are accomplished, women who love the Lord. Let me just say that. But man, very, very alarming conversation today, man. It just doesn't do my heart well to know that it's at this rate. We need to figure out how to bring that down a bit. If not just, dissolve it completely, but until we take accountability, and I'm talking about men right now, of our actions and how we govern our own selves, our own temperaments, Some of these things are just unnecessary. Some of these actions are done because you just lack discipline. You see what I'm saying? And it could be all kind of other reasons. You see, over emotional. So, you know, we come on, man. Let's stop looking out the window just for a minute and look in the mirror and say, what could I do better? You know, and I appreciate every brother that was up here today. And I don't discard any of their opinions or their perspectives. You know, they brought something else to the conversation that is an opinion of many. And we need to understand that in the conversation. But yeah, man, I'm praying. I'm just going to be in deep prayer for our sisters and our brothers. Yeah. You see, because wickedness exists on both sides of the spectrum. And I'll leave it with that.
All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
All right, Brother Vaughn, and happy anniversary to you and your lovely wife. Please tell her that for me, and many, many more years to come.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. God
You're
bless.
welcome.
All right, man. Von Brian, another good brother. All right. Who else? I think that just leaves you and me.
Yes, sir.
All right. So any of y'all want to make some oatmeal or something like that, just speak on loud enough so you can hear it. Because Patrice gonna be a while.
Really? No, I'm not. Stop it. Stop it. I know you want to go watch the football game. I ain't mad at you. I'm glad that we had this topic because it just sheds light more and more to me of a lot of the cognitive dissonance I see in our community from our men when it comes to taking accountability and onus when it's talking about this said subject as to why are Black men murking Black women at a six times more than our white female counterparts at a 73% rise in rate. Knowing that the behaviors and the actions and the things that is causing these men to do these things are not being addressed by men on panels. I don't see them talking about NPD. I don't see them talking about sociopath behavior. I don't see them talking about psychopaths. I don't see them talking about violent men, abusive men. I don't see men having them conversations on panels and talking about what can men do to reduce and help resolve these issues. All I hear them talk about is blaming and deflecting and blame shifting it back on the Black women. And this alone is the reason why we will never resolve our issue. This is in and of itself is part of it. I don't understand. Maybe I'm missing something here as to why we as a community don't want to take the onus when it's particularly on a said subject. And this subject was on men and why they were doing what they were doing. And I heard a bunch of deflection. I'm sorry. I just got to call a spade a spade. I got to say what it is. Now, when we get on women, I'm going to come up and I'm going to speak on the disparities that I see that women are doing as a Black woman, because I know the difference. And I know that when the onus is on women, we need to talk about the women issues. I'm not going to get up on a panel and deflect and say it's because of the men and because they did this and they did that and they move like that. I'm not going to do that. See, because I know as a woman, I have to take the onus on what women do. That's why I'm out here in the community doing what I'm doing. But I'm also aware of, like this last case. See, we don't want to talk about men that behave the way he behaved and how, okay, he said this woman was for the streets. I wouldn't say she was for the streets, because to me, when you say a woman is for the streets, that means she out there moving and shaking and she clapping cheeks with all these men. That woman concentrated on that one man. She loved that one man. Now he was not the man for her. He was imperfect and he obviously was a narcissist. And he was the kind of narcissist that portrayed himself to be a good man to her until that mask came off his face and then he showed who he really was. But by the time he did that, she had married him, fell in love with him. And y'all know that this is how narcissistic men move. And now he's controlling. He's trying to dictate to her comings and going, who she should be involved in. Y'all know this is familiar territory when it comes to those type of relationships, because 9 times out of 10, you've been in one yourself or you know somebody who is. See, we play these games in the Black community, right? About we know we see nefariousness going on with our son or our daughter or our father or our brother, and the way they moving and the way they treating women. See, but we don't want to talk about and have those conversations honestly and openly. And this is why our community will never heal. See, because narcissistic people don't think anything is wrong with them. But when you get a violent narcissist like that young man just did, that woman poured into him, tried to show him he could be a better man. And look at that was the thanks that he did to her when she said, listen, I can't take enough. I done had enough of this controlling attitude. And I would say, never go to meet them, not even with someone, because not only will they murk you, they'll murk the person that came there with you that you think is helping protect you. If you don't go there with the police, don't go.
Agreed.
See, we have to be real about what's happening and what's going on. And narcissistic personality disorder is climbing at a higher rate in Black men, and that means something is seriously wrong in our community. When you get the violent kind, like that young man, those are the ones that will take you away from this earth. And that's what he did to her. All we heard through that video was how she poured into him, how she bought him, how she gave him, how she poured in, how she loved him, how she upped him. But what did he do to her? Wanted to be controlling, cheated on her. Y'all missed that part, huh? He consistently cheated on her. See, we had somebody up here that told us the behavior of a narcissist. He wasn't the violent kind, but he was a narcissist. But there are the violent kind, like this young man. And these are the men that are constantly DVing, have constant DVs on their record, and they end up unaliving our women in our community. And that's problematic. And these are the conversations that I'm only hearing Black women talk about. I'm not hearing Black men talking about it at all. See, again, that's the cognitive dissonance when it comes to the onus and the responsibility being on Black men. It's easy to deflect. It's easy to gaslight. It's easy to blame shift and all of that. And that is the reason why our community will never heal, is because we can't face the problem and take the onus on who the onus is for in that moment. Black women ain't killing Black men 6 per their white male counterparts. It's the opposite way. So pay attention.
All right,
I digress.
That's it.
That's it.
All right, that's it. All right.
That's it, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate us having this conversation again, and we can do it when the onus should be on the women. You know, I just know it's going to be a different conversation. You know, I appreciate everybody's perspective and points of views and all of that, but it was a lot of cognitive dissonance, in my opinion, that went on today. And again, that is a said problem. But I digress, bro. Thank you so much. I can't hear you, bro. Are you talking? Are you on mute? Bro Clarence? I can't hear you. He's frozen. Oh, okay. I hope he come back up. But yeah, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. I want to say salute and shout out to everybody that came up on the panel. I know he's going to do the rundown everybody that was in the chat that participated. We appreciate it. Again, I think that everybody has some good perspectives, whether I agree with them or not. I just think that absolutely that these are issues in our community that needs to be addressed. But again, I think, and I see it on both sides. There's no onus and responsibility that want to be taken when the finger is pointing at them. So I want to thank. Let's see who came up on the panel: Hank, Vagoda, Bro, Vaughn, Annie, Trey, myself, and Brother Rico. I think they were the ones that came up. So I want to thank everybody. And I gained, but Brother Vaughn, from the conversation, respectfully, like I said, I appreciate everybody's perspective. But what I gained from it is that there's a lot of cognitive dissonance. That's what I gained. That's still going on in our community when it comes to the responsibility of the male taking onus. That's and I gained that I don't think it'll ever on these social media platforms be resolution as long as we continue to be divided in this way. So
all right, y'all. My internet went out for a minute. Sorry about that.
I figured that. I'm gonna let you close. I did name everybody, but I'm gonna let you do your closing thing. Thanks, bro. Love you.
All right, love you, sis. Bye.
All right.
All right, it's another good sister. Just any good sister. OG Patrice, good sister. Man, we got nothing but good people around here, man. Now, we may not always agree with each other, but we all good people, man. Everybody's good people. All right, y'all, we're going to close the show out. What do y'all think? Why are black women more likely to be murked? What do you think? What do you think? Do you agree with me? You agree with Trey? You agree with Hank? You agree with Vaughn? You agree with Patrice? You agree with Sister Annie? Who do you agree with? You agree with Vagoda? Who do you agree with? Right? They said, Great Pill said, too much truth got him, huh? They put the cord on me, man. Yeah, man. Princella's after me, man. She's always doing something, man. She pulling me out. I think it's just so many people are watching the Super Bowl online or whatever, some kind of way, hurting the internet access. But anyway, what do y'all think? I think, this is my opinion, I think, yes, we have a lot of narcissists in the black community, but we also have a lot of narcissists in the white community. We probably have more narcissists in the white community. Yet, this rate isn't increasing in the white community, right? This rate isn't increasing in the Latino community. It's only increasing here in the black community. Why? They got narcissists. They got bipolar people. They got people that's, everything that you could say, black men have PTSD, whatever. They got people. Why are black women? See, this is the thing. Until we address the core issue, which is the mentality, the violence doesn't supersede the mentality. The mentality supersedes the violence. Am I right or am I wrong? So if there's a reason why that these things are happening, it has to be something to do with the understanding that black men have about black women. Is that possible? Black men, we are getting bombarded every day with information that leads us to believe that black women are waiting to be exploited, turned out, violated in some type of way, especially sexually, a thirst for violence, right? If you want a black woman to understand that you're a man, we get the impression that, okay, you can't just tell a black woman, or she can't just have that understanding. You have to be physically violent to her for her to understand that there's a difference between a man and a woman, right? I mean, these are the images and understandings that we're getting every day as little boys growing up into be big men. The black woman ain't somebody who to behold and to respect and treat with kindness and dignity, love and respect. Mm-mm. The black woman has a thirst for violence. Why? Because defiance is her religion. So just because she defies you, that gives you the right to go upside her head or do some other kind of situation. She does something you don't like, right? She show you defiance because she got half a brain in her head and said, wait a minute. I'm not finna throw all my money I'm working every day for into your rap career. You 42 years old. Right? Or whatever dumb thing you might be doing. Or you might be doing something she just don't agree. She just say, hey, look, I'm working too. I don't agree to that. Right? Now we talked about this last issue, but what we didn't talk about is we conveniently avoided the issue that she selected this dude. We completely avoided that issue. Yeah, he was a narcissist. He was not a good dude. Okay, if I select a woman that takes all my money, I selected her, right? I mean, if we don't get to the core reason, I'm just going to go out and select somebody else like that, right? If we don't address me and say to me, Clarence, what is it about this person that made you select them, even though you knew that they had a high probability of doing something like that? Why did you select that person? See, but we're not doing that because when we do that, people say, hey, you blaming the victim, right? But it's not blaming the victim. It's just trying to get the core situation. It's just trying to get the core situation together. You're trying to get the core situation together. Figure out what's going on. And how can we avoid this situation? Right? We already know that if you select bad men, bad stuff is going to happen. We know that. Right? Because there's so many bad men out there. So why not do ourselves a favor? And I don't know, Patrice, he said he portrayed himself as someone else. You already know how narcissists move. I do. But picking him up at prison? I don't know, Patrice. If you had a granddaughter, well, you do have a granddaughter. Would you suggest to your granddaughter to go and be with a dude that's in prison? Or continue a relationship with a dude that went off to prison? Just check him right back in. I wouldn't agree to that. I would say, no, that person needs some time to show that they're serious and sincere about not being like that. Yeah, I know, Patrice, but all I'm saying is once he went to prison, that should show, okay, this dude got some issues that he needs to work out. Obviously, because he went to prison. He didn't go to jail on a protest march. He went to prison for doing some, narcissistic or what do you say? Some felonious behavior, right? I mean, you don't get to prison stealing lollipops, right? He did something real serious to get to prison. That's, see, this is another thing, man. See, people be with people, right? For example, I was dating this girl back in the day. Right? And she was always mean to the people that were serving us food, right? I'll take her to a restaurant and she would be so mean to the people, man. You didn't give us enough napkins. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. And I'm looking at her and I said to myself, you know what? Eventually, that attitude is coming my way. I cut her loose because I said, eventually, if she's treating these people that don't care nothing about her, that ain't, I mean, they're getting paid to be in front of her, and she's doing this to them. what is she going to do to me? Eventually, that narcissism is going to come my way. See, but what are we supposed to do? Okay, Patrice, I agree with you. She was with him before she went to prison, but she's not supposed to take any responsibility for putting herself in that position. She's off the hook for just going and not giving the man a time to show itself to be approved. Right? We got to give people time, especially they're coming out of prison. We got to give them time to see how sincere they are about all of the stuff they've been saying to us. Oh, I'm going to change. I'm going to stop. I'm ain't going to do this. I'm going to do that. Right? It's like going back to somebody, a man with you, been with you, and he cheat on you and cheat on you and cheat on you, and you just keep going for it. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to do it no more. I'm not going to do it no more. No, you got to give him time to cool off. Got to give him time to see if he's really serious about that. Right? Prison ain't no joke. You can go into prison one way, I mean, at least in the men's prison. You go into men's prison one way and come out a whole nother way, if you know what I mean. You go into men's prison, and I hope you guys got the kids out the room, but you can go into men's prison and end up on the business end of somebody's penis, as my father used to say, right? You end up on the business end of somebody's penis for a consistent period of time. That can change you. That can change your whole perspective on things. Oh, you can give somebody time to see. You don't just go pick them up in prison. If you do go pick them up in prison, I'm finna take you. Now, I'm sure you had to go to a halfway house, right? But you let them stay in the halfway house. You don't just bring them back in. Let them stay in the halfway house. Oh, well, my 3 weeks is up. My 2 months is up. Okay, well, player, you got to get yourself an apartment. How come I can't just come back home? Because, man, I don't know what's going on. You got to show yourself. Now, if somebody ain't going to show you how sincere they are about getting back in your bosom, do you really need them? She practically made it easy for him. He didn't have to do nothing to come back. He went to prison. Who knows what he went to prison for? But I guarantee you, he probably went to prison because he got caught doing something that was initiated by a character defect that he had. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Right? I'm just saying, I'm not blaming her for him murking her. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is, since we can't see this stuff on people are not walking around with a hat on that says, I'm a narcissist. They don't have that on. So we got to be hyper vigilant, as they say. We have to be hyper vigilant by bringing somebody in. And we can't ignore signs like they're in prison. I mean, really, Patrice, I know you wouldn't, so I'm not even going to ask you. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't tell my granddaughter, yeah, just go get him, go take him back in. If a dude like that went to prison, was with my granddaughter, I'd say, thank you, God. Now I got a minute to talk to her. We got to be, and I'm going to say the same thing to a man. We see this stuff on what they call Life After Prison. Man, been sending this girl all kind of money, putting money on her books, buy her a car, and go pick her up from prison in a car he bought for her. That's stupid. You ain't even giving the girl time to show how sincere she is about coming back into society and not doing that type of thing. But who am I going to say is at fault for that? If I go to a man, I'm going to say, you picked this chick. You picked her. You got to be better at picking her because we don't have no scarlet letters on us. Nobody has that. All you got to do is, you can't do nothing but look at a person past and look at how they currently moving. And if their past is jacked up and they moving the same way in the currently, they still on that time. Patrice said, that's what you sound like by saying she chose him, bro. It's the way you saying it. I'm saying the same thing about men. I'm saying I would say the same exact thing about a man that went to prison to go pick up his wife that went and did time in prison. I would say the same exact thing. Uh-oh. Now I'm in trouble. Yes, can I help you?
Pull me down. I need to have a back conversation with you.
Uh-oh. All right.
All right.
All right, I'm in trouble, y'all. But that's okay. What's she gonna do? She love me, man. What's she gonna do? She fuss at me, but what's she gonna do? Anyway, I would say the same thing. We have to be in today's world. You know, people are not honest. You know what I mean? If they still on some gangster time, they might portray themselves that they not on that gangster time, right? But we have to be hyper vigilant because you know you gotta kind of get everybody. You gotta look at everybody with your good eye. Yeah, I know, Vaughn. I already know I'm in trouble. You gotta look at that. So I'm just gonna finish. You gotta look at everybody with your good eye, right? You gotta look at everybody with your good eye, man. You can't take your eye off of nobody. I'm married and I don't take my eye off of my wife. I debrief her every day. Hey, what's going on with you? You know, what's this? I gotta see where she going. What's she talking about, man? Why? Because she go out that front door. She out in that wicked world. And anything can happen, man. It's all kind of temptation outside that front door. All kind of temptation out that front door. And for those of us that have weaknesses, anybody can get caught up. And we all have weaknesses. Anybody can get caught up out there. Right? Hey, Sister Annie, I don't need no help. I don't need no help. I'm going back here with Patrice. I don't need no help. Oh man. All right, anyway, man. Now I know I got Patrice back here. See, I was gonna go watch Super Bowl, but now I gotta get fussed at. All right, so let me just do a real quick wrap up, man. Everybody in the chat, great job, everybody in the chat. Everybody did a great job. Appreciate y'all, man. Everybody did a great job. Good questions. Everybody asked. Yeah. I'm not in danger, Vaughn. I'm not. Everything is great. Everything is great. Yeah, I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. All right. Who else came on the stage? Let me do everybody at the same time, man. Strong performance from the chat, obviously. But who else did great? Who else came on stage? Patrice, Rico, Vaughn, Hink 75, Trey, Any, and Vagoda. Everybody did a great job. Strong performance from everybody. A strong performance. Everybody did a great job, man. And it's good when we push each other, man. It's good, man. You know what I mean? It's all good. And we need to push each other, right? We may not ever agree, but we still gonna push each other to try to get the best answer to come to the surface like a volcano, right? All right, y'all. I think that's it. We might do something this week. I don't know, man, because Patrice sent me so many stuff. We might reach back and get one of those things. I don't know. We'll see. But definitely on Sunday, we'll be here. All right, y'all. Peace. See y'all.